kwesithingi. Awusabona bokhulumelana kwisipika kanizwa.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Bengicela sithale imzuzu ukuthi sikhuleke buthule. Amen. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, honorable members. Honorable members, we will go to the second order on the order paper, which is the obituaries of those who have left us since the previous sitting. Mr. Frank Ephraim Tembu, who was the principal of Delani CP, who was murdered on the 22nd of November. 4 members of the Ngidi family who were murdered by unknown gunmen in Fume on the KZN South Coast on the 27th of November. 12 mine workers from Impala Platinum Mine who perished when the vertical shaft conveyance, which had been hosting employees to the surface at the end of their shift, unexpectedly started descending. All victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crime, public servants and traditional leaders in the province and the country at large, all victims of road fatalities in our province, and all those who may have passed and were not recorded here. Although these people have departed from our midst, they will forever live on in the hearts of those who loved them. Honorable members, let us stand and observe a moment of silence. May their souls rest in peace. Honorable members, we're now going to apologies. The first apology is from Honorable Sinkosi, MEC for Public Works and Human Settlement, who's unable to attend the sitting physically due to a launching of Integrated Residential Development Phase 2 later today in Umhlatuze. He will join on virtually later on. The Honorable Emi Pakati, who is in Eastern Cape with the arrangements of his party's manifesto. The Honorable C.M. Shinga, who will leave today's sitting at 12 o'clock, but will continue to attend the sitting virtually. The Honorable Deputy Speaker, who is in Zambia on CPA empowerment. The Honorable N.M. Khoza, who is still at home following the family bereavement. The Honorable Dr. N. Mahlaba, it's supposed to be MG Mahlaba, who is still unwell. Honorable members, the other members who are also not well is the Honorable S.E. Manqele, that we hope both members or all members who are not well will regain their health soon. I also, Honorable Member, like to wish a birthday in advance to the following members whose birthdays will be in the coming days and weeks. The Honorable M. Bigwala, who's born on the 4th of December. In fact, he says he was born on the 4th of December. Honorable Irabe, who was born on the 7th of December. Honorable S.A. Duma, 13th of December. Honorable M. Nye, 22nd of December. Honorable M.C. Fraser, 25th of December. Honorable S.E. Manqele, 25th of December. Honorable H.S. Dlamini, 25th of December. Honorable members, we hope that you will enjoy your birthday celebrations and we wish you all the best for the next year. If there is a member that may not be recorded, because we once failed to record all birthdays, we will request the member to let us through the table staff. Honorable members, you are elected to the Parliament for People with Disabilities for 2023. You are hereby informed that the Parliament for People with Disabilities will be held on Tuesday, the 5th of December, and proceedings will start at 10 o'clock at the Richview Civic Hall in the Newcastle local municipality. We then move on to the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. As we have started the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children awareness campaign, hereby inviting all members to continue speaking and acting against gender-based violence and femicide in whatever shape or form. Let each one of us and our families take up the challenge and express our disgust around incidents of gender-based violence and femicide. Let us also support government initiatives that are aimed at combating GBEV and femicide, as well as those that may be organized by civil society. Honorable members, tomorrow, the 1st of December, is the World AIDS Day, a day which is observed throughout the world and a day on which all communities forge a united front against the spread of the virus. We want to take stock of the achievements of the many scientists who have ensured that this area of medicine has become advanced through research into the field of HIV and AIDS, notwithstanding the great strides made by government to assist communities who are affected and infected by the virus. We want to see people receiving treatment and obtaining more information in this regard. We salute our heroes and heroines who have assisted in destigmatizing the virus in our communities. And lastly, we wish to remember the brave people who lived among us and who have since departed from this world after succumbing to the virus. We will now move to item number 4, announcements or reports by the Premier. I am aware that the Premier is connecting virtually. Honorable LOGB, in the event the Premier doesn't come through, but we are calling for the Premier for now. Oh, there she is. Honorable Premier, announcements?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good morning to you and all honorable members. Honorable Speaker, we wish to give the announcement that the World AIDS Day is the day commemorated each year on the 1st of December and is an opportunity for every community to unite in the fight against HIV and AIDS, showing support for people living with HIV and remember those that have died. This year's campaign focuses on advancing actions to ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030, addressing issues of stigmatization, raising awareness about the importance of screening, testing, treatment, retention, prevention, and also highlighting the NSP on HIV and STI and TB. This year's commemoration event will be held in Mandeni at Ilembe District Municipality under the theme, Let Communities Lead. Deputy President Honorable Mashatile, in his capacity as the chairperson of the South African AIDS Council, will deliver the keynote address. Through remembrance, we draw strength and determination to redouble our efforts in fighting the disease and providing support to those with HIV. It is time to remind ourselves on the importance of compassion, empathy, and solidarity in the face of adversity. Honorable members, the Provincial Disability Forum of KwaZulu-Natal, which is coordinated in the Office of the Premier of Persons with Disabilities, will on Sunday host the International Day for Persons with Disability in partnership with KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, as it is also the host of Disability Parliament. The International Day for Persons with Disability will be used as a platform to call upon every single person and institution in the country to address barriers and to improve the quality of life and persons with disabilities through concrete actions. We also wish to report, honorable members, that on Tuesday, the 28th of November, we woke up to a sad news of a tragic incident. It is saddening that this event occurred 3 days after the launch of 16 days of activism, where 3 security officers were gang raped. We condemn this horrendous sexual attack on 3 security officers by the gang of criminals who are not fit to be called human beings. At the outset, we'd like to offer our support to the victims of this senseless and barbaric act of criminality and violation of women's dignity. The latest sexual attacks and rape of these 3 women is an embarrassment and an indication that some men do not belong to our society and should be stripped of all the freedom and set aside to normal people. Provincial government has already assigned psychosocial support to the victims and affected staff members as well as the families. We visited the families and the victims yesterday to give our support. We condemn these acts of criminality. We are deeply saddened that these barbaric, animalistic attacks on women still persist. The men who commit these crimes against their sisters and mothers, in all honesty, are less of humans and should be condemned and long-term in prison. We call upon the law enforcement agencies and also thank the law enforcement agencies for their swift arrest of the perpetrators. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. We will now move to item number 5, which is tabling of reports or papers. The Portfolio Committee on Finance tables a report on the second quarter financial and non-financial performance for Vote 6. Ad hoc Committee on Restitution and Other Land-Related Matters, consolidated report of the Ad hoc Committee on Restitution and Other Land-Related Matters 2023. The Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture tables their report on the benchmarking tour to Brazil on the 10th to the 16th of June 2023. Their report on oversight visit to Alfred Duma Fitness Center on the 4th of August 2023. Their report on ward-based intervention program at Osizweni Arts Center on the 16th of May 2023. The Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs tables the amended annual performance plan 23-24 for Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife, and also tables the Moses Kotane Institute's revised annual performance plan 2023-2024. Honorable members, is there any other tabling that may not have been recorded? If there is none for now, we will move on to item number 6, formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to all members. Yes, Speaker, we do have a formal motion. Can I move it, Speaker?
Can I first check the concurrence? Do we have the concurrence of the House for the formal motion? IFP? Oh, okay. What is the motion on, Chief Whip?
Honourable Speaker, the motion is the resolution of the House concerning the adoption of the guide for the end of the legislature term and the commencement of a new term. It's a motion that we discussed it at the Whips Forum. Thank you.
The IFP, you concur?
No. Yes, yes.
The DA?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House has the DA's concurrence. Thank you.
The EFF?
Honourable Speaker, the EFF concurs to the motion.
The NFP?
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, ingaqhubeka yethulwe. Ngiyabonga.
The MF?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Concurs.
I did not quite get who's speaking. I did not see the face. Is it you, Honourable Mrs. Rajpansi?
Yes.
Okay.
Me. Thank you.
What were you saying?
I said that MF
Concurs. Did the record get Honourable Mrs. Rajpansi? Honourable Mrs. Rajpansi, can you say it for the record, please, Honourable Member?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. MF concurs.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The ANC?
Thank you very much, honourable Speaker. The ANC concurs.
Okay, then we move on to you, Honourable Chief Whip, to continue with your motion.
Right. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Mahubela, Honourable Premier, Honourable LOGP, Honourable Mtombeni, members of the Executive Council, and honourable members. Our Secretary, greetings this morning. Honourable Speaker, the motion is a resolution of the House concerning the adoption of the guide for the end of a legislature term and the commencement of a new term. This motion is a motion without notice, moved under Standing Rule 105, subsection 1G, with the unanimous concurrence of all the members present in the House, that the presiding officer is requested to put the motion to the vote for approval as a resolution of the House under Standing Rule 103, subsection 2, noting that 1, the need was identified for a comprehensive resource to facilitate clear understanding of the processes guiding the end of one term and the start of a new term. 2, the Legal Services Unit was tasked with drafting the guide, which will provide clear guidance on all relevant processes. 3, the attached guide was compiled and covers a wide range of relevant topics to ensure the smooth transition between legislative terms. 4, the guide is now complete and there is a need for approval thereof by this House. And therefore, this House resolves, Honorable Speaker, that the House approve the attached guide for the end of a legislature term and the commencement of a new term. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, we have just heard the Chief Whip's motion relating to the adoption of the guide for the end of a legislature term and the commencement of the new term. The guide has been presented to the Whips Forum and has also been distributed to all members. It is requested that the guide be approved by this House. As per the resolution, I now put the question to the House as follows. This House agrees to approve the guide for the end of a legislature term and the commencement of a new term. I will now go party by party and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual position that is different from their party. We'll start with the IFP.
The IFP approves.
The DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports this.
Hello? I did not hear. Oh, approves. EFF? No, they're out.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the EFF approves.
The NFP?
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the National Freedom Party approves.
The MF?
Honorable Speaker, the Minority Front approves.
ACDP is not in the House and the ATM is not in the House. The African National Congress?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ANC supports the motion.
Members, I have the positions of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual position that is different from their party position? Is there any member? If there is none, Secretary, may I ask you for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Votes in favor, 57. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. Votes in favor, 57. Against, nil. Abstentions, nil. That concludes voting on the approval of the guide for the end of the legislature term and the commencement of a new term. Thereafter, this item has been concluded. Siyazibongela kunina. We will now move to the next item, which is notices and bills. Notices of bills and motions. Item number 7. We will start with the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, honorable leader of government business, Honorable Mtombeni, and all honorable members. Noting that it is unacceptable that thousands of women continue to be victims of gender-based violence and femicide in KwaZulu-Natal. Based at the Department of Transport in eThekwini were recently victims of barbaric attacks by criminals who raped them at gunpoint while at work in the early hours of Monday, the 27th of November. And the gruesome killing of 2 siblings of Obuka Kwesakabiela. Commend the swift response of the South African police, who in less than 24 hours of incident have identified and apprehended all 8 suspects on Tuesday. And the suspects are appearing in court today on the 30th of November. Congratulate Lieutenant General Mkwanazi and the SAPS members and the community members of Lamontville Township for their sterling work, which gave impetus to the 16 days of activism against women and children and gives much needed hope to all the victims of this bastardly crime. The government would leave no stone unturned to ensure that the wrongdoers face the full might of the law. I so move. Thank you.
The Honorable Nkonyeni NP.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Somlomo. Somlomo, ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanje. Ngomhla wama-24 kulenyanga kaLwezi endaweni yakwaMdlazi oThobothini kwaWard 8 kwaba khona isehlo esashaqisa umhlaba wonke lapho ugogo nabazukulu bakhe balinyazwa indodana yakhe ugogo yaseyona izijikijela emfuleni uma isiqede ukwenza leso sehlo. Siyagxeka kakhulu ke lobo budlokombela. Kepha sifisa ukuncoma uhlelo oselwethulwe inhlangano kaKhongolose lapho kusungulwe khona ukufundiswa abantwana babafana ngokuba fanele babeqotho futhi bakwazi nokuhlonipha izimpilo zabantu. Ngiyowethula kanjalo.
The Honorable Xulu TV.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, our executive, our premier, honorable Speaker, ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyawuphakamisa kanje ngentuthuko kubantu. Ngithi mangihalelisela abantu basemkhanya kude ngentuthuko yamanzi elethwe nguhulumeni kaKhongolose eholwa umongameli uCyril Ramaphosa. Inkatha yehluleka yancama iphethe KwaZulu-Natal ukulungisa ukuxhoxhobalwa kweJozini Dam ngongxiwankulu abanonya bamabhunu abasadla qokolunye nabo namanje. Ingakho ungasoze uyizwe igxeka okwenziwa ngabacindezeli ngoba bancinda dengezilunye. Njengonya lobusela ngokuhlanganyela kwababhange amazwe ukudicilela phansi kwerandi nedola ngeke bathi Somlomo isixazululo sabantu baseNingizimu leAfrika nguKhongolose. Inqola masonto ayigcinanga lapho yayovula ingqophamlando esibhedlela iPixley kaSeme Hospital eThekwini ezophungula umthwalo omkhulu kwezinye zezibhedlela zaKwaZulu-Natal. Intuthuko siyibona ngamehlo. Le yenkatha yokusika amaribhini emigwaqo yobhuqu nomeya abadansayo enkundleni zokuxhumana siyingeni kwaKhongolose siletha intuthuko edingwa ngabantu bakithi. ANC inkunzi emdwayidwa udida amadoda ahlangane azahlukane esadidekile belu. Ngiyophakamisa kanjalo Somlomo ngiyabonga.
The next member is Honorable Gwala MB. Bathuzalwa ngoDisemba.
Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes, during the opening of the KZN Provincial House of Traditional Leaders in Ulundi in 2014, the late His Majesty King Goodwill Zwelithini shared his dream for the King KwaZulu Institute. The King stated that he wanted to open an academy where sons of Amakosi will be groomed to be responsible leaders who will be at the forefront of development in the country. The King KwaZulu Institute will also help strengthen brotherly ties between Amakosi from a young age. This House resolved to call on the KZN Premier, Nomsa Dube Ngube, to ensure that the King's wish is fulfilled as KwaZulu College was closed down. I shall so move. Ngimfunge uDube Ngube esemhlathuzi.
The next speaker is the Honorable Mthethwa TP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. That when matric exams are ended, learners organize parties called, open quote, matric pens down celebration, close quote. Unprotected sex and the use of illegal substances are often a feature of the parties. And in the past, matric final exam celebration have claimed the lives of many young people through car accidents, violence meted out against one another. This House resolved to call upon the KZN Department of Education to take a stand and ban all matric pens down celebrations to be alert, as some of these parties are planned secretly by learners. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Moodley S.
Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes 3 female security guards are alleged to have been raped in the KZN Department of Transport offices in Merebank, Durban. This incident happened after the recent debate on programs aimed at ending the tragedy of gender-based violence and femicide in our lifetime, as highlighted in the 2023 State of the Province Address in the KZN Legislature. This House resolves to urge the courts to show no mercy to anyone found guilty of GBV, that the fight against GBV must be a 365-day-a-year project, not only during the 16 days of activism campaign. Victims of GBV must be protected from secondary abuse. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Kaula M. Abantu abasemzumbe bazamcofozela Honorable Mthethwa. Honorable Kaula M. He's not on the platform.
No. He requested that he be withdrawn.
He's not on the platform, and I don't have the request here. The next person will be the Honorable Van Prakash S.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to honorable members and all present. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes motion to investigate the proposed Mpangeni mega housing project and potential exploitation of public resources. There are concerns raised by residents of Umhlatuze and surrounding areas. Misuse of public resources for political gain is unacceptable. Urgent attention needed to address the repeated launches of the project. This House resolves demonstrating unwavering commitment to serving the best interest of Umhlatuze residents and standing united against exploitation of public resources, holding elected officials accountable for their actions. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable Debur H.U.
Thank you and good morning, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. noting that both eThekwini City Manager Musa Mbele and Head of Water Edwin Msweli have been abroad during one of the worst water crises in Durban's history. That ANC Mayor Kaunda did nothing to stop these officials from leaving the city stranded. That tanker services are shambolic. No fuel is available for water pumps at some reservoirs, and businesses and residents in the entire city, but particularly in Phoenix, North Durban, Greenwood Park and Mshlanga, Parkgate, Ottawa, Tongaat, Verulam and the Rietrivier areas have been left high and dry, thanks to the ANC. This House resolves for the Honourable Premier, you are not an MEC, and MEC for Kokta to urgently intervene with all legal mechanisms at their disposal to investigate, suspend, and then discipline the dysfunctional political and administrative hierarchy in eThekwini municipality. So shall I move. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The next member is Honorable Bapti Ivi.
Crazy Kaunda. Crazy Kaunda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. The country faces severe hardships that impact the daily lives of its citizens, and the economic decline is putting families at risk of poverty. A high cost of living places a burden of responsibility on the state to manage its resources in a manner that does not hamper its ability to deliver essential services to the most vulnerable in our society. Budget cuts that arise from wage negotiations are avoidable. It's a simple matter of planning, despite the fact that it escapes the current regime. This House resolves to call on National Treasury to ensure that future wage negotiations are concluded before budgets are adopted. So shall I move.
The next speaker is Honorable Mpaipeli NL.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, on the next meeting, I shall move the following. This House notes that the incidence of load shedding of electricity is becoming more frequent. The impact of this evidence of the government's failure to govern is evidence enough in this embarrassing practice. This House therefore resolves that the ANC-led government must provide reasonable and efficient solutions to end load shedding with immediate effect before it totally destroys the country. Madam Speaker, I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Nai M. Honorable Naya M. For the third
Chairperson, I think, Speaker, I think there's some error. I did not submit a motion.
It's what is written here in front of me, Honorable Kika. And the next member, which is the last from the DA, is the Honorable Dr. Kika I.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that the DOE, led by the Taliban faction of the ANC, continues to lurch from one crisis to another. A serious breach of the matric examinations occurred at Karina Secondary with allegations of leaked papers because of possible procedural flaws. It took learners to come forward and invigilators only to realize what happened after the fact is stupefying. The DA raised concern prior to the exams about funding for a full complement of invigilators to ensure a credible process. This House resolves to call upon Umalusi to urgently investigate the possible breach and all citizens to rescue KZN from this broken faction of the ANC. So shall I move.
That, Honorable Deputy, I want to speak to your whip. That was the last member that was ticked from your submitted list. The one that said is not part, is one who's ticked. May I confirm with you, sir?
Madam Speaker, I think there may have been an error. Honorable Naya was not, her name was not submitted as far as I am aware. If it was submitted in error. But I think that that is the list for now.
I don't get the I think part.
I think that, I'm not sure if the Honorable Mayor has one, but I think his name was submitted. I'm not sure if it reached
because
you.
You are also not sure.
I think his name was submitted, but I'm not sure if it reached you on time.
You are also not sure.
He does have one.
No. I was giving you an opportunity to correct me, because now the whip, who is my only hope there, is not sure. You say you're not sure because
Speaker,
it's you who submit names. What do I do?
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if it reached you on time, but the Honorable Mayor's name was also submitted as far as I know.
Later on,
On time, but I'm not sure if it reached you on time.
The Honorable Mayor's name is not on the list. The name that is on the list is the name of Honorable Naya.
I think that is an error, Madam Speaker.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The Honorable Mayor's name is not on the list. The name that is here was the name of Honorable Naya. But when we confirm with whips, we expect that the whips will give us the express information, because the responsibility is with the party, not the party to think and say, I think. I for the future, my good daughter. Honorable Mayor, I will indulge you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate it. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice and I shall move from the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House notes that the ANC has now totally collapsed eThekwini. The ANC provincial government is unwilling, unable, and incapable of acting in the interest of the people of eThekwini by intervening. This House therefore resolves to support the DA in eThekwini's call to dissolve the eThekwini Council. I shall so move. And that's how you do 100 words. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Are you done? Are you done, honorable members? Honorable Singh and Honorable Cele, are you done? Honorable Singh and Honorable Cele, are you done? Oh, okay. The next member is Honorable Gumede TJ.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting the increasing pressures on our communities post-COVID-19, exacerbated by high rates of unemployment, especially the youth, crime, poverty, and myriad of social ills, the above have adversely impacted on the mental health of the majority, youth being the most affected. Therefore, resolves this matter be treated with urgency it deserves. MEC for Health to introduce psychiatric services in all CHC and district hospitals on a weekly basis. And thirdly, the schools to have the same visitation at least once a month. I so shall move.
Thank you, Ndaba. The next one is the Honorable Nkwanyana NJ.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the bold circumcision of a 10-year-old boy, which was performed at the KwaMashu Community Health Center in Durban. The boy's urinary tract is alleged to have been severed in a circumcision procedure. The boy is believed to be one of the 7 children who suffered complications following the procedure. This House resolved: 1. The doctor alleged to be involved in the post-circumcision must be held accountable. 2. To call upon the KZN MEC to present progress reports on her plans to mitigate the actions of medical professionals that lead to medical legal claims. I shall so move.
The next member is the Honorable Dex M.A.
Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day of this House, on behalf of our glorious movement, the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. This House notes: 1. Whilst the ANC-led government have been working to fix the economy and create employment, the banks were busy fixing the rand, doing the exact opposite of the government.
Honorable Mayor, you shall not drown a speaker, but generally you shall not even laugh in that tone inside the House. You may continue, Honorable Dex.
2. Further notes that this is a classic case of the unpatriotic, untransformed financial institution sabotaging the state. The House therefore resolves: 3. Call on government to institute a commission of inquiry into rent fixing and money laundering by these financial institutions during our transition to democracy. 4. To issue banking licenses to Africans in order to transform the sector. 5. To urgently establish a state bank. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Zungu MPP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
May we allow Honorable Zungu?
On the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the ANC, I move as follows. This House notes EPWP participants should be upskilled when participating in the recruitment process with the aim of establishing their own business or secure better employment after the program. Further notes, EPWP weighs on departments and municipalities with an excessive amount of work. The House therefore resolves that this House should develop legislation that will compel municipalities and departments to implement their exit strategy so that this will avoid strikes like we've seen in Emandeni and eThekwini. Participants must be paid a minimum wage and request departments to pay unemployment insurance fund for them to avoid participants taking departments to court when their contracts expires. Thank you, Speaker.
The next speaker is the Honorable G.N. Swartboy Ntombela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the next sitting day of this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. This House notes that despite the commemoration of 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children, period, abuse continues to occur. Further notes, women are still discriminated against in public places, at work and at home. 3 women were sexually assaulted and held at gunpoint at the Department of Transport recently. and the offenders took work equipment. This House therefore resolves: 1, to call upon citizens and government to take necessary precautions to protect women and children, as every effort is a step towards a safer, equal and prosperous province. 2, calls for additional security as this affects the provision of services. I so move.
The next and last member is the Honorable Duma SA.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. The House notes the ArcelorMittal of South Africa is currently working on closing its long steel operations in Newcastle. Around 3,500 workers will be affected. In such cases of job losses, the ANC government remains the only hope for the people of this province and the country as a whole. Therefore, the House resolve linked to the economic recovery plan is the implementation of provincial government business retention and expansion strategy. This House is in support of efforts championed by KZN in relation to saving jobs at ArcelorMittal South Africa. In this regard, the meeting has been scheduled with CEO of the steel. I shall so move.
Thank you, honorable members. We've come to the end of the notices of bills and motions. Now we'll go to the orders of the day, which is item number 8 on your order paper.
Honorable Speaker.
Someone is calling me.
Yes, Honorable Rajpal. I think this time motions.
You submitted a motion?
Yes, to speak the motion. But I think it's on this list that we have. I don't think so. To call my name. If you can check that.
Your name was not mentioned, honorable members, was not ticked on the list here. I will also be checking with the office of the chief whip, because that's where the motions come from. In here, it is not ticked. I will give you that, Honorable Rajbansi. Do you have the name there, Miss Ndab? But you have not ticked it here. I'm sorry, Honorable Rajbansi. The paper that I'm given does not have your name, but the one is there with the previous staff.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I shall move on the next sitting day as follows. Noting that ArcelorMittal, Newcastle and Vereeniging announced plans to downsize plant operations, citing unsustainable business environment due to load shedding, logistics, slow development and a shrinking economy. Further noting that the loss of 3,500 jobs has brought deep anxiety to workers and their families, this Honourable House calls on the Honourable Premier to lead the way and intervene, like was done in the Toyota case, to save jobs in KZN, and to report such steps as soon as possible to this Honourable House. Moved by Honourable Rajbansi.
Then we go to the main order of the day, which is the tabling of the KwaZulu-Natal Adjustment Appropriation Bill for 2023. I therefore call upon the member of the Executive Council responsible for Provincial Treasury, Mrs. N.P. Konyeni.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, Ms. N. Boyce. Yes. And Honorable Deputy Speaker, Mr. Mtembu, Honorable Premier, Ms. Duve, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Mr. S. Duma, Honorable Members of the Executive Council, Honorable Members of the Legislature, Director General of the Province of KwaZulu-Natal, Dr. Mkize, Provincial Treasury, led by Head of Department, Ms. Carol Kuti, Heads of Departments who are here and CEOs of public entities, Chief Financial Officers, Business, academic, religious, community leaders and traditional leadership, members of the media, comrades and friends, people of KwaZulu-Natal, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Speaker, it is my great honor to stand before this august House to present the 2023-2024 adjustment budget. The documentation I'm tabling today is the 2023-2024 adjustment estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure, the adjustment appropriation bill and the 2023, and an explanatory memorandum highlighting specific environments which require approval of this House, as well as the socio-economic review and outlook. As I table the adjustment budget for the province of KwaZulu-Natal, our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Palestine as they are going through the most excruciating and challenging times in the history of their country. The war is still raging, resulting in a significant loss of human life, incarceration of children, destruction of property, as well as inflicting pain on children and the elderly. We, however, would like to commend the efforts by the South African government led by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the United Nations and the BRICS nations in trying to find a sustainable solution and the most needed the most needed ceasefire for the people of Gaza and the Palestine. Madam Speaker, we're also meeting at a time when we are feeling positive and enthusiastic after the Springboks won the Rugby World Cup for the 4th time. This most celebrated victory drew us together, cheered the team on, and celebrated with them as a nation when they brought the trophy home. This was a much needed victory at a time where we have sometimes felt overwhelmed and confronted by difficult issues such as elevated levels of load shedding, the high crime rates, rising fuel costs, rising inflation, the negative impact of climate change, and the weaker than expected economic growth. This, in our view, exacerbated poverty, deepens inequality, and worsens unemployment rate. It is important to remain positive and resilient during such difficulties and to take the necessary bold steps in order to ensure that we return to the inclusive growth path we had planned for ourselves. Nobody hopes and plans for bad days, but when they do happen, it is our responsibility as a nation to roll up our sleeves and to take the necessary steps to return to a stronger position. As we are still in this celebratory mood, feeling positive about our native land and the great things that continue to bring joy and renew our hopes for a brighter future, one is reminded of the wise words that were said by the former president of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, when he said, quote unquote, "The evolution of humanity says that Africa reaffirms that she is continuing her rise from the ashes. Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now." The National Minister of Finance, Mr. Enoch Godongwana, explained in his medium-term budget policy statement, which he tabled on the 1st of November 2023, that various steps are being taken to ensure the support of economic growth, to stabilize public finances, and to protect the social wage. In terms of supporting the economy, we have accelerated the intensive work to stabilize electricity generation and supply. More focus has been placed to ensure improvement in the logistics sector, while other focal areas are constantly supporting infrastructure investment and strengthening efficient and effective procurement by the state. Central to improving our economy is the continued effort in fighting crime and corruption, and it is for this reason that I will explain later the allocations being made in this adjustment budget to the Provincial Crime Fighting Initiative, which our Honorable Premier announced in her State of the Province address earlier this year. As the Springboks showed us, when we stand together in unity as a nation, we can achieve great things. Honorable Speaker, a lot of thought has gone into preparing this adjustment budget. It is always easier to table a budget in a time of plenty, and a little more challenging to do so at a time when resources are scarce. We had to consider many issues, including the requests made by provincial departments and public entities who continue to feel the pinch of fiscal consolidation budget cuts that remain within their baselines. This had to be weighed up against many other competing needs for critical service delivery while wrestling with budget cuts made by National Treasury in their efforts to stabilize government finances. Regarding the economic outlook, Honorable Speaker, we wish to state that when we make amendments to our budgets, this is done in the context of the prevailing economic conditions at a time. Madam Speaker, the economic conditions across the world remain largely subdued, although marginal improvements have been realized when compared to March 2023, when the main budget for this year was tabled. The world economy has been generally resilient, with global supply chain bottlenecks dissipating and food prices, as well as consumer price inflation moderating. As Minister Kotongwana indicated in his MTBPS speech, the International Monetary Fund forecasts that global growth will slow from 3.5% in 2022 to 3% in 2023 and up to 2.9% in 2024. The real domestic economic performance was stronger than expected in the first half of 2023, despite the extensive electricity load shedding, deteriorating rail transport and port infrastructure, as well as other structural challenges. Economic growth is projected at 0.8% for our country this year and 1.1% in 2024. The subdued economic performance has had a negative impact on the national revenue collective. Given the low domestic growth and lower than expected international commodity prices, the national revenue collection is now expected to be 56.8 billion rands less than initially estimated in the main budget that was tabled in February 2023. However, as indicated by Honorable Minister Kotongwana in the MTBPS earlier this month, government continues to implement structural reforms in order to address these challenges that have hindered much needed growth. This includes continued efforts to ensure adequate energy supply, which is critical for sustainable growth and attracting investment into the country. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the economy of our province cannot be isolated from the challenges currently facing the country. KwaZulu-Natal's economic growth is projected at 0.5% this year before expanding marginally to 0.8% and 2.3% in 2024 and 2025, respectively. The outlook largely reflects the impact of numerous structural constraints, as I have explained above. Despite these challenges, we remain resolute in our efforts to rehabilitate, reconstruct, and reignite the growth potential of our provincial economy. This includes investment attraction through our special economic zones, as well as expanding and refocusing the functioning of our strategic Durban and Richards Bay ports as part of the KwaZulu-Natal logistics hub. Madam Speaker, we continue to support various emerging industries, such as the maritime industry, cannabis and hemp, that have the potential to uplift our local economies. As you are aware, we successfully hosted the Cannabis Expo in Bergville recently, where significant interest by community and commercial growers was established, and wherein we hope to see offtake contracts concluded following the issuing of hemp permits to local farmers. Congratulations to both MEC Duma and MEC Zuma. It should be uploaded that in the recent quarterly labor force survey, KwaZulu-Natal recorded the largest employment increase, while the unemployment rate has fallen by 1.6% in the third quarter of 2023. We'll continue to realize improvement in employment levels through programs such as the Mass Jobs War Room. We envisage creating close to 500,000 employment opportunities. We also continue to support our young people through various programs as they are a large component of the unemployed. Regarding the legal basis of the 2023-2024 adjustment budget, the National Minister tabled the National Adjustment Estimate as well as the MTBPS in Parliament on the 1st of November 2023. Treasury Regulation 6.6.3 requires provinces to table a provincial adjustment estimate in the provincial legislature within a period of 30 days of the national adjustment budget being tabled, and I'm therefore tabling the 2023-2024 adjustment estimate of provincial revenue and expenditure in this House today, noting that this date still falls in line with the date stipulated by the Treasury regulations. Section 31 of the Public Finance Management Act further makes provision to the circumstances under which the province may table an adjustment budget. The adjustment estimate I'm tabling today, honorable members, considers all changes National Treasury is making to the provincial budget, allocations being made from provincial cash resources, as well as the suspension or movement of funds between votes. The adjustments estimate also deals with the environment and shifting of funds within votes and allows departments to make changes to their budgets to take into account changes in circumstances. To quote a well-known African proverb that says, I quote, "The wind does not break a tree that bends," close quote. This proverb speaks of adaptability and says that we can stand strong if we are adaptable to change. Section 43 of the PFMA determines that legislature approval is required for certain environments, while some can be approved by the respective accounting officer or by the provincial treasury. In cases where legislature approval is required for specific environments, we have highlighted these in gray shading in the 2023-2024 adjustment estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure book, which you have received, honorable members. And these environments are also explained in an explanatory memorandum, which is also distributed today, which I would encourage all honorable members to study in order to enhance their oversight of sector departments. Regarding the adjustments to the 2023-2024 budget, we are saying, honorable members, putting together this adjustment budget was by no means any easy task. There are so many competing needs, yet the fiscal resources to allocate towards these needs are limited. The Ministers' Committee on the Budget and the Provincial Executive Council met on several occasions to consider what was being requested and to look at what was available for allocation. These discussions were robust and provided the guidance and the leadership required in difficult times, such as the one we are facing as a province. National Treasury was also engaged throughout this process. There was uncertainty initially in terms of whether the 2023 wage agreement was going to be funded by an additional allocation from National Treasury or not. And this complicated and delayed the decision-making process. As a result of the continued impact of fiscal consolidation budget cuts made in previous budget processes, which remain in our baseline, as well as the cost of the 2023 wage agreement, significant budget pressures are evident in the monthly in-year monitoring report submitted by Provincial Treasury to Provincial Treasury by departments. We have held discussions at both at political and technical level in this regard. And some of the allocations made today will help to reduce the budget pressures evident in their in-year monitoring statements. Where they do not offset them completely, departments have been reminded of the responsibility they have in terms of Section 39(2) of the PFMA, which places the onus of remaining within budget on each and every accounting officer. I am pleased to say that the province remains cash positive, as has been the case since May 2010, despite all these budget pressures. The provincial cash balances are being managed very tightly by Provincial Treasury, who reviews the bank balances daily and engages with departments on the payment runs to be processed. These checks and balances should help us to remain cash positive by year end, as we are able to block all transactions within the exception, with the exception of compensation of employees' payment runs. Regarding amendments by National Treasury to the budget, honourable members, we wish to indicate that several changes are made to the provincial budget by National Treasury, both in terms of the provincial equitable share allocation and that of the conditional grant allocation. Regarding the amendment to a provincial equitable share, we are saying the 2023 wage agreement was calculated to cost this province 5.4 billion rands, and National Treasury is allocating 3.8 billion rands specifically for the Department of Education and that of Department of Health only. This means that the amount allocated to the province by National Treasury for the 2023 wage agreement constitutes 70% of the total required funding for the province, whilst representing 78% of what was calculated to be required by both the Department of Education and that of Health. This amount of 3.8 billion rands is allocated proportionally to these two departments in this adjustment budget. This results in Vote 5, which is education, receiving an amount of 2.3 billion rands, and Vote 7, the Department of Health, receiving 1.5 billion rands. Regarding the amendments to conditional grant allocation, rollovers, honourable members, unspent conditional grant funding relating to the previous financial year must be returned to the National Fiscus unless approved for rollover, according to Section 22 of the Division of Revenue Act. The province recorded an audited underspending of 628.4 million rands at the end of 2022-2023 financial year against a budget of 26.2 billion rands, having spent 97.6% of the conditional grant budget by year end. Departments have to request approval for the rollover of these funds from National Treasury and must prove that the funds were committed at year end. In this engagement, the province was able to prove that 589.5 million rands of the unspent funds were indeed committed and were thus approved for rollover, while 38.9 million rands was not committed and must be returned to the National Revenue Fund, with the majority relating to early childhood development grant of 38.804 million rands. The conditional grants approved for rollover as follows, and are included in the 2023-2024 adjustment budget. First one, the National School Nutrition Program grant under Vote 5, that is education. They underspent by 141.2 million rands, and the full amount was rolled over. The Human Settlements Development Grant under Vote 8, that is human settlements, underspent by 360.3 million rands. The full amount was also rolled over. The Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant under Vote 8, human settlements underspent by 32.2 million rands, and the full amount was rolled over. the Provincial Emergency Housing Grant under Vote 8, that's human settlements underspent by 23.8 million rands, and the full amount was also rolled over. The Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant under Vote 12, transport underspent by 31.8 million rands, and the full amount was also rolled over. Then when it comes to amendment to the conditional grant allocation, that is fiscal consolidation cuts, honorable members, as indicated by Honorable Minister Kodongwana in his speech, a decision was taken to reduce government spending in year as a result of lower revenue performance, a higher wage bill, and higher projected debt service costs. These fiscal consolidation budget cuts are effected entirely against the province's conditional grant allocation. In aggregate, the conditional grant budget for KwaZulu-Natal is 26.3 billion rands, and 1.3 billion is being cut from this budget by National Treasury. And the following conditional grants budgets are cut, and the departments must amend their business plans and delivery targets in year. The first one being the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program grant under Vote 3, which is Agriculture and Rural Development, is cut by 17.6 million rands. The Ilima Litsima Projects grant under Vote 3, Agriculture and Rural Development, is cut by 6.5 million rands. The Land Care grant under Vote 3, Agriculture and Rural Development, is cut by 800,000 rands. The Early Childhood Development grant under Vote 5, Education, is cut by 8.3 million rands. The Education Infrastructure grant under Vote 5 is cut by 296.4 million rands. The HIV and AIDS under Life Skills Education grant under Vote 5, Education, is also cut by 3.1 million rands. The Math, Science and Technology grant under Vote 5, Education, is cut by 8.1 million rands. The District Health Programs grant under Vote 7, Health, is cut by 275.4 million rands. The Health Facility Revitalization grant under Vote 7, Health, is cut by 90.4 million rands. The Human Settlements Development grant under Vote 8, Human Settlements under Vote 8, is also cut by 334.7 million rands. The Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership grant under Vote 8 is cut by 89.3 million rands. The EPWP Integrated Grant for Provinces is cut by 1.9 million rands against various votes. The Social Sector EPWP Incentive Grant for Provinces is cut by 6.3 million rands against various votes. The Community Library Services Grant under Vote 10, Sport, Arts and Culture, is cut by 8 million rands. The Mass Participation and Sport Development Grant under Vote 10, Sport, Arts and Culture, is cut by 8.8 million rands. The Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant under Vote 12, which is Transport, is cut by 103.5 million rands. Honourable members, that is not a good story to tell. Then amendments to the budget from provincial cash resources. Besides the amendments made to the provincial budget by National Treasury, some allocations are also made from provincial cash resources. These provincial cash resources became available for allocation in the adjustment budget from four sources. We are now discussing our own provincial cash resources, which is a good story to tell. The first source is from the underspending from the prior year, as well as the revenue over collection from that year. As a result, the province had a positive net financial position of 1.1 billion rands at the end of 2022-2023 financial year. Part of this relates to the conditional grant under spending, where National Treasury approved rollovers of 589.5 million rands, while 38.9 million must be returned. to the National Revenue Fund as indicated earlier on. After taking this into account, 490 million rands remained available for allocation in the adjustment budget. The second source is the contingency reserve that we budgeted for this year of 126.8 million rands. And thirdly, when the main budget was presented in this House earlier this year, we did indicate that we would supplement the contingency reserve by looking into uncommitted surpluses held by the provincial public entities. We undertook an extensive study of all cash and cash equivalent balances held by the public entities, and were able to source an amount of 222.6 million rands from various entities. Important to note is that sourcing these funds from these entities will not have a negative impact on their operations. The fourth source is where departments have collected unbudgeted revenue in the current year, which they have requested to be allocated back to them in year. 2 departments made such requests, with 73.9 million rands becoming available in this manner. These 4 sources resulted in 913.2 million rands in provincial cash resources being available for allocation in this adjustment budget. There were several competing needs, and the allocations made fall in line with the available resource envelope. The following departments receive additional funds in this adjustment budget. First one being Vote 1, that is the Office of the Premier. The OTP receives 30 million for legal fees for His Majesty the King of KwaZulu-Natal. Vote 2, Provincial Legislature receives 60.1 million rands for the following. 26.2 million rands relates to the operational underspending from 2022-2023, which is automatically allocated back to the legislature in line with FAMPLA. 3.5 million relates to the revenue over collection from the prior year, which is allocated back to the legislature, again in line with FMPLA and the PFMA. 7.4 million rands relates to overspending of the direct charge, or in other words, members of the provincial legislature's remuneration packages in 2021-2022 of 941,000 rands, and in 2022-23 of 1.1 million rands, and in 2023-2024 of 5.4 million rands. This relates to unanticipated exit packages paid in prior years, while 2023-2024 also relates to the 3% increase in members of the provincial legislatures' remuneration packages, backdated to the 1st of April 2022, as this is also a direct charge on the Provincial Revenue Fund. Any overspending must be honored by the Provincial Revenue Fund. And 15 million rands for voter education activities in the lead up to the 2024 general elections, and also 8 million rands is allocated towards purchasing a new enterprise resource planning system to replace the current subsystem. Vote 5, education receives an amount of 97 million rands to assist with budget pressures emanating from the 2023 wage agreement not being fully funded. This amount is allocated specifically towards electricity costs for eThekwini. Vote 8, human settlements, receives an amount of 1.8 million rands as the department underspent against the donor funding received in the prior year towards the April 2022 flood disaster response. And these donor funds were not fully spent in 2022-2023 financial year and are therefore rolled over for spending in 2023-2024. This vote also receives 7.6 million rands towards its budget pressures. with these funds allocated to the department from revenue collected in year from the sale of housing units, as well as recalling unspent balances from municipalities where the housing projects were completed and minimal unspent balances remained. Regarding vote 11, cooperative governance and traditional affairs, COGTA will receive an amount of 2.5 million rands. These funds were received from the African Union in 2022-2023 towards the April 2022 flood disaster response. These funds were allocated to vote 1, Office of the Premier, but were not spent by year end. A decision was taken to roll over these unspent funds for vote 11, COGTA, to roll out water provision services relating to the April 2022 flood disaster in 2023-2024 financial year. Vote 12, transport. That department receives an amount of 130 million rands towards budget pressures in providing learner transport services. This allocation is not for the expansion of the service, but to cover the current costs which are under pressure, because the baseline for this service requires correcting, as well as the impact of fuel price increases. This vote also receives an amount of 66.3 million rands from revenue the department collected in the current year, and these funds are allocated for the department to reimburse the registered authorities for the expenses they incur when acting as collecting agencies for motor vehicle registration and licensing fees. Vote 13, social development, receives an amount of 47.9 million rands towards budget pressures arising from previous fiscal consolidation budget cuts, which the department has found difficult to fully adapt to, aggravated by the unfunded 2023 wage bill. Vote 14, Public Works, receives an amount of 470 million rands towards budget pressures in the payment of property rates. This allocation takes into account that the baseline for these payments requires correcting, as well as the fact that there was an escalation in municipal property rates as a result of the implementation of the new generation valuation rules by some municipalities. Regarding the suspension of funds, honorable members, we wish to indicate that there are two types of suspensions of funds, namely where a department requests for funds to be suspended from their vote in 1 year for reallocation in the next year, while the second type of suspension of funds is where funds are moved from one or more votes and allocated to another or other votes. There are 3 suspension of funds included in this adjustment budget, and they are as follows. Vote 1, Office of the Premier, has requested during the 2022-2023 second adjustment estimate that an amount of 30 million rands be suspended from their vote in that year, but to be allocated back to their vote in 2023-2024 for the provincial broadband connectivity project. Vote 6, Provincial Treasury, suspended an amount of 5 million rands from their vote and for allocation to vote 14, Public Works, for the government precinct transaction advisor cost, that PPP, private public transaction that we need to appoint and run with during this current financial year. So Provincial Treasury will allocate an amount of 5 million rands towards that. The Honourable Premier made a commitment in her State of the Province address earlier this year that the province would take serious steps towards fighting crime. In this regard, she mandated that departments would each contribute an amount of 10 million rands towards this, while public entities would also contribute. As such, 10 million rands is suspended from various votes with a total of 100 million rands made available in this regard. and public entities contribute a further 21.2 million rands, thus making a total of 121.2 million rands available for fighting crime in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And these funds are allocated to Vote 9, Community Safety and Liaison, who will use the funds for various crime-fighting activities jointly with the South African Police Service. The approach includes strengthening the functioning and visibility of community safety structures, providing technological support, infrastructure improvement, strengthening social crime prevention, among others. In conclusion, honorable members, this adjustment budget was prepared under very difficult circumstances with very limited resources needing to be stretched as far as possible in order for our slogan that says to make a rand go an extra mile a reality. We deliberated frequently and intensely to see in which way we can make the biggest impact. While we did not have the resources to address all additional funding requests, I do believe that the allocations we have made will have an impact on important service delivery programs, while also ensuring that our risk of overspending has been mitigated. We need to look forward and continue to monitor our provincial spending. All accounting officers are called to take Section 39(2) of the PFMA very seriously, and also to ensure that they take the necessary steps to remain within this adjusted budget. Let me quote this African proverb, which reads thus: however long the night, the dawn will break. I would like to thank the Honorable Premier, Ms. Nomsa Dube-Ncube, and the honorable members of the Provincial Executive Council, and honorable members of this House, and in particular the members of the MINCOM board, for their support in putting together this difficult adjustment budget. I also wish to thank the Treasury officials under the stewardship of the HOD, Ms. Carol Kutsi, for ensuring that the budget documentation is of its usual high quality, and to the chairperson of the standing committee, chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Honorable Ulu, as well as Starkov, as the chairperson of Starkov, and the entire membership of both committees. We look forward to engaging on the adjustments budget and commit to assist you in your oversight role. I wish to extend my gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Treasury, Honorable Godongwana, officials for their guidance and support. It's my honor to formally table the Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2023 for the province of KwaZulu-Natal for consideration in this House, to be read with the adjustment estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure. And I trust that the debate and vote on this bill will be constructive and fruitful. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members.
We can make it 11:30.
Honorable members, thank you. Thank you to the MEC on the presentation of the adjustment bill. And she also finished a bit early. We will now break and come back at 11:15. And members of the Finance Portfolio Committee and of Starkov advised that the joint meeting to deal with the adjustment appropriation bill shall be held in the chamber, so that those members who are on the virtual platform are able to participate. Members of the mentioned committees are therefore requested to occupy the front seats in the chamber. All other members are advised that Standing Rule 164 allows a member who is not 1641 allows a member who's not a member of a committee or subcommittee to attend and participate in a meeting of the committee or subcommittee, but does not provide for voting powers in respect of that member. We therefore request members who are neither members of finance nor obstacle to occupy the back seats or to leave the chamber should they not wish to participate. The joint meeting will then be held until 11:15 when we come back. The House is adjourned until 11:15. Thank you.
Honorable members, may the members of the Finance Committee and the members of STACOF please occupy the front seats. The chair for the Finance Committee will be presiding. However, we have an apology from the chairperson of STACOF, which necessitates that an acting chairperson be elected. List of members, finance and STACOF. Honorable Kulu, connected as well.
Where do you want us seated?
Honorable Kulu, we trust that you are connected. Chairperson.
Good morning, Mshazi. Yes, I am. I'm just ready for members to get seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We will do the roll call.
Honorable Calendar.
The members of the Finance Committee are as follows. We have Honorable Tulu, the chairperson. We have Honorable RZP Zulu. We have Honorable M.A. Zulu. We have Honorable M. Govender. We have Honorable T.S. Mjali. Honorable C.Q. Madlopa. Honorable K.M. Zondi. Honorable L. de Klerk. Honorable F.A. Rogers. Honorable N. Ngubane. Honorable S. Chakuraj Bansi. Those are members of the Finance Committee. And the members of the Standing Committee on Oversight. Honorable LXH Hlongwa Madlala, who has apologized. Honorable J.S. Ngumalo. Honorable VP Kaluza. Honorable J.N. Kele. Honorable ZRT Gumede. Honorable NPF Mavuso. Honorable TP Mtetwa. Honorable OB Kunene. Honorable I. Kika, and Honorable H. Khiliza, Honorable M. E. Pagati. I have noted that for both committees we do have the quorum, and as I indicated, honorable members, the chairperson for the Standing Committee on Oversight has apologized. And in terms of Standing Rule 147, which speaks to acting chairpersons, the rule specifies that except where rules provide otherwise, the committee may elect one of its members as acting chairperson if the chairperson of a committee is absent or unable to perform the functions of chairperson or where a vacancy exists. In line with the standing rule, may I therefore, from the members of STACOV, call for the nomination of the acting chairperson. Members of STACOV, may we invite the nomination of the acting chairperson in line with Rule 147. Honorable Kaluza.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I take this opportunity to nominate Honorable N. Mavuso as the chairperson for the day. Thank you.
Honorable Mavuso has been nominated as the acting chairperson. Do we have the seconder? Honorable Kale. Honorable Kale. Yes, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Chair. I second the nomination of Honorable Mavuso.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mavuso, you've been nominated and seconded. Are you agreeable to chairing as acting chairperson?
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. We are humbled and appreciate that we be nominated as the acting chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mavuso. Do we have any other nomination? I am not seeing any other nomination. Honorable Mavuso is therefore elected as the acting chairperson for STACOV. And may I therefore thank you, honorable members, and hand over to Honorable Tulu to chair the session. Thank you.
Once again, good morning, honorable members. Good morning to our MEC, Honorable Nkonyeni, our Chief Whip, our Deputy Chief Whip, members of Finance Committee, and STACOV. Let me welcome all of you, and then let's open this meeting officially and welcome all of you to this meeting. Can I then move into apologies? Do we have any apologies? I believe we're told there is Honorable Hlongwa's apology that has been received.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. No apologies were received from the Finance Portfolio Committee members. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. The constitution of the meeting, I believe we do constitute to sit in this meeting, as Pemshazi have just said, that we do have a quorum which actually allows us to start this meeting. Am I correct, Mshazi?
Yes, Honourable Chair, you are correct.
Thank you. Can I then move into item number 4 for adoption of this agenda, honourable members?
Honourable Chair, CQ, can I propose that we accept the agenda?
Thank you, Honourable CQ. Can I have a seconder? Honourable members, I might not see hands or something, but I don't see anyone. Any seconder?
No, we don't have the agenda, Chairperson.
Apologies, honourable members and chair. I will be flighting the agenda. It was emailed to honourable members on the 28th of November. I will be sharing it on screen in a moment. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you. Thank you, Mshazi. And I saw Honourable Takur Rashpansi.
No, I was just checking, Honorable Chair. I was thinking that you wanted someone to second, so I was going to second.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Honorable Rashbanzi, because I was actually going to say exactly what Shazef just said. It was emailed on the 28th of November, so I was hoping that all members have received or saw it. So Honorable Rashbanzi have just seconded Honorable CQ. Can we then, because it's there now, it's being highlighted, can we then move into item number 5? Honorable members, is that okay with you? Can we now move into presentation by Provincial Treasurer on the 2023 KZN Adjustment Appropriation Amendment Bill?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons, honorable members of both the Finance Portfolio Committee and that of STACOV, the senior management from the Provincial Legislature. A good day to you. Honorable Chairperson, I have just made a presentation in the Provincial Legislature a few minutes ago. But of course, what is going to be presented here is perhaps going to be clarifying certain issues that could not have been clarified during my presentation in the legislature. So the presentation I outline will deal with the introduction of this presentation, then highlight on the amendments by the National Treasury, highlights on the sources of provincial cash revenue, cash resources, allocation of provincial cash resources, suspension of funds, virements requiring legislature approval, the issue on gifts, donations, and sponsorships requiring legislature approval, and that the provincial budget, after taking all these adjustments into account, is what we are presenting as our 2023-2024 adjustments estimates. But Honorable Chairperson, may I therefore, with due respect, request our accounting officer, Ms. Carol Kuti, to take the committees through. Thank you very much.
Good morning to the chairperson.
MEC, welcome, Carol. You can take us through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honourable Chair, members of the committee and the Chair of STACOV. It is quite a lengthy presentation, so I won't go through the details of every single slide. I'm just going to highlight the key points, especially given our time constraints. So we know that we have to table this speech within 30 days of the National Minister, and we've done that. And this adjustment estimate really takes into account the national adjustments from cash reserves as a province, the suspension of funds between votes, environments by departments that exceeds the 8%, and any gifts or donations. On slide 4, the National Treasury has made one amendment to the provincial equitable share, where they've given an allocation of 3.775 billion rand. This is towards the 2023 wage agreement. This amount only reflects 70.5% of the total requirement for the province and 78% just of those two departments. It was agreed that this amount would be allocated proportionately, with education receiving 2.3 billion and health receiving 1.4 billion. We then received fiscal consolidation budget cuts on the provincial conditional grants, and then amount in aggregate is 1.2 billion rand. And the following slides indicate which departments were affected and which conditional grants. The MEC did cover these in the speech, but in the main, it's agriculture, 25 million, ETIAS, 673,000, education, 318 million, with the majority being from education infrastructure grant. Health, 367 million rand cut, with the majority being the comprehensive HIV/AIDS component, as well as the facility revitalization grant. Human settlement, 424 million, and you can see the human settlement development grant and upgrading partnership grant. Community safety is a small amount, 276,000. Sports, arts and culture, 16.9 million. COGTA had no cuts. Transport, 103 million for road maintenance grant. Social development, 2 million. Public Works did not have any conditional grant cuts. So those were the conditional grant cuts. Then, in determining the amount that we would make available through the cash resources, one considers our performance of the last financial year, where members would know that we underspent as a province and we over-collected on revenue. We also had a small contingency reserve. Also, we look at the departments where they ask for specific amounts that they've collected during the year in terms of revenue that was not budgeted for to be reallocated back to them. We also look at the cash and cash equivalents within the public entities. Member will recall the MEC indicated we will be looking at the public entities in terms of topping up the contingency reserve. Through this process, we then made available 1.5 billion rand, and on slide 9, we give the breakdown of those different amounts that I've just explained. If we then look at how we then allocated these cash resources, we received requests of up to 4.7 billion rand. Obviously, we can't meet that entire need. So MinCombud and the PEC deliberated on this and allocated the amounts as the Honourable MEC has just announced. 589 million rand was approved by National Treasury in terms of the conditional grants. 38.9 was to be returned because the funds were not committed or they'd been rolled over for 2 years, which is not allowed. 30 million rand was allocated of the Premier for legal fees. We then allocated an amount of 60 million rand to the provincial legislature. First of all, it was your unspent funds from last year of 26 million rand. Then you had over revenue collection of 3.5. There's also statutory allocations for back payments of 7.4 million rand, 15 million rand towards voter education as the MEC announced, and then 8 million rand towards the new ERP system. We then made additional allocations to the Department of Education of 97 million rand for electricity, specifically in eThekwini, 1.8 million from human settlements with regard to last year's donor funding that was unspent, as well as 2.4 million rand, which also donor funding that has now been allocated to COGTA. 130 million rand went to transport to assist with the learner transport costs and the pressures that they were facing. 47.8 to social development, also significant budget pressures due to the wage bill and historic budget cuts. 470 million was allocated to public works for the property rates. Members would know that the baseline would need to be corrected in this regard. Human settlements, vote 8, received 7.5 million. This is revenue that was collected during the year that was not budgeted for. 66 million towards transport, and this is to reimburse the registered authorities for their expenses that they incur when acting as collecting agencies for motor vehicle licensing. Slide 14 then summarizes that full amount in terms of how we allocated the 1.5, so I'll skip that slide. We then talk to suspension of funds. We had a first suspension of funds was last year. The Office of the Premier suspended 30 million rand that now needs to be allocated in their budget for the broadband connectivity project. Also vote 6, Treasury suspended 5 million rand to Public Works. This is for the transaction advisor for the PPP government precinct. And then in terms of the SOPA, in terms of the announcement around fighting crime, 121 million rand was allocated to comm safety. We give an indication on slide 16 in terms of where that funding comes from, which departments allocated and which public entities allocated towards this initiative. The next few slides, I'm not going to go into detail. They indicate for each of the departments where there are specific environments that require the provincial legislature's approval. So vote 1 is a net reduction in program 2, and that exceeds 8% and therefore requires the legislative approval. And you can see the detail in terms of what that funding was then reallocated towards. We then also had a net reduction in the payment of capital assets. So where there's a change in capital assets, that also requires the legislature's approval, and you can see where that funding was allocated to. We then also, in terms of 100 million rand, we shifted the amount with regard to the Youth Empowerment Fund. It's a movement from transfers within the transfers and subsidies from non-profit organizations to public corporations and private enterprises. That still there has not been a change to the purpose of this funding, and it'll still be used for Dunlop for youth empowerment programs. Vote 2 did not have any environments. Vote 3, agriculture, again, environment in program 3 exceeding the 8%. Members need to bear in mind as well that departments then have got a number of environments because of the spending pressures and because of the COE not being funded. They needed to do quite a lot of adjustments within their budgets, and that's why you see quite a number of these amendments being made. There was also a reduction in the payment of capital assets, which then would require the House's approval. And that page continues on 23 in terms of indicating where that allocation of funding went to. Agriculture and Rural Development also had a decrease in various transfers, and that would also require the approval of the Legislature. Moving on to vote 4, Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. They had a reduction in their transfer payments, and this again has the detail has been allocated in the document. It goes on, and then you would see that it also affected Program 5 in terms of environments exceeding the 8%. Vote 5, Education. They reduced the amount against machinery, equipment and buildings, and this is a capital allocation and therefore requires the support of the House. There was also an environment for Program 3, which exceeds 8%, and once again, the House would have to approve that. There was a reduction in specifically exclusively appropriated funding. This amount was with regards to improving infrastructure support. This was reduced by 7.3 million rand, and the indication of the reasons for that and where that funding was allocated to. In the main education, a lot of the funding was reallocated to COE and the spending pressures in goods and services. Vote 6 in Provincial Treasury, there are a number of environments made to Program 1, which exceeds the 8% and therefore would require the approval of the committee. Vote 7 was Department of Health. There was a net reduction in payment of capital assets. Again, this is something that is required to assist, need the approval of the House, and again, needed to support a number of initiatives such as medical equipment, the servicing of generators for load shedding, and various areas of maintenance. Vote 8, Human Settlements, again, decrease in terms of their transfers and subsidies. This is in Program 4. This is a reduction in the transfer to the KZN Housing Fund and therefore requires the legislative approval. Continuing with Human Settlement, there was also a reduction of 79 million against their transfers and subsidies in Program 3, and this was for various housing projects that were delayed and then were reallocated. We also have then further savings in Program 3, and those were also allocated in more detail. Vote 9, Community Safety Liaison, had no environments that required the House's approval. Vote 6, Sports, Arts and Culture, have a net increase in Program 2, which exceeds the 8% and therefore requires approval. Similarly, with the department, they also decreased their transfers and subsidies for non-profit institutions, mainly for not really spending, and to redirect this to the internet connectivity for libraries. They also had a decrease in transfers and subsidies to provinces and municipalities under Program 4, and we indicated the shift to other municipalities. Vote 11, Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, that they reduced their machinery and equipment, and that requires the approval of the House, including the reductions from transfers and subsidies. A lot of the funding from COGTA is also to assist with the increase in the Traditional Council Secretary stipends that had not been budgeted for. So there's a reduction in the transfers and subsidies. Vote 12, under Transport, there's a reduction against buildings and other fixed structures. And again, this is really a slow implementation of some of the construction projects, and they've allocated that funding, and you would see the detail in the report. They also increased the Program 1 environment exceeds 8, and again, in the main, it's really around Microsoft commitments and higher property payments that were required to be supported. Vote 13, Social Development, a reduction in transfers and subsidies to non-profit institutions, really due to the lower than anticipated claims that had been received and facilities not operating at full capacity. That money was redirected to the other spending pressures that the members would be familiar with. Program 3 also shows savings that were realized, and that also resulted in the reallocation. Under Program 4, Restorative Services, there's a saving of 6 million rand, and that obviously needs to be reallocated as they did during the environments. Vote 14, Public Works, they repurposed 1 million rand that was specifically and exclusively appropriated for the fixed asset register, and 16.7 million rand for Guiama. For the first program, and really the project just came to a standstill. Service provider failed to go live, and therefore they reallocated that funding. Guiama, there's been a delay in terms of the bid process. There's been an appeal, and that matter will be heard. It was heard in the month of November, so we should have an outcome on that. In terms of gifts, donations and sponsorships, where departments make any donations exceeding 100,000 rand in cash, they need to get the legislature's approval. We do not have any of those this year, and it is not envisaged to have any by the end of the financial year. Slide 50 then really summarizes all of this in terms of each department. What was the main appropriation initially? What are the rollovers that have been approved, particularly around the conditional grants, and other adjustments? Are all these amounts and additional allocations that have been made to the respective departments, then indicating in the last column the adjusted appropriation for each department? Thank you.
Chairperson Boy.
Thank you, SOD. Honourable members, here is the report for the presentation by Provincial Treasurer of the 23 KZN Adjustment Appropriation Amendment Bill. Can we then discuss the report? We are now on discussion on item number 6, unless there is any other addition that needs to be added on MEC, or I'm sure we are covered by what the SOD has given us, unless there is any addition to by MEC.
Honourable Chair, there are no additions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Can we then move on to members? Here is the report.
Honourable Chair, excuse me, I'm sorry. There's a hand, Honourable Rogers' hand is up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Honourable Rogers, I did not see your hand, but yes, you may come into the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I can see you, but you can't see me. But perhaps you're better to look at than what I am. Chair, thank you for the presentation to the MEC and to Treasury. I've got 3 questions that I want to ask. So if I do some simple maths, look, I must say it's very difficult to digest an adjustments budget in an hour. I'm not that skilled. So if I look at the overall picture, originally at midterm we were budgeting a projected deficit of 9 billion rand. 3.7 billion of that was going to be funded by Treasury, which would have left us a balance of 5.3 billion rand. Now, if I quickly look through here, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I see that we still sit with a 3.8 billion rand shortfall. And it almost ties up to your figures on slide 50 with your adjustments that you're taking into account there. Do I understand it correctly that we're balancing this through environments and through savings in certain provincial departments? So we are putting together an adjusted budget which will balance at the end of the year. That's my first question. My second question is, if I look at the Department of Health and I look at the Department of Education, originally health was sitting at a 2.1 billion rand deficit on COE. Approximately 1.8 billion came back from National Treasury. That still leaves health with just short of 500 million rand deficit. And if I look at education, that was 3.6 billion in COE, of which 2.9 billion was going to be refunded, which leaves education with a 700 million rand deficit. Are those deficits again covered in this adjustment budget? Because I ask that question specifically when I put some written questions in to departments, some departments, and in particular it was health or education. Let me just find my notes. Health said that the residual pressures would be accrued into the 24-25 fiscal year. I just want some clarity on those points. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Rogers. Honourable members, is there any other hand that maybe I did not see? I see, I cannot see, who is it? Can Spa please help? Oh, I can see.
It's Honorable de Klerk, Chair.
I can see Honorable de Klerk. I can see you. Please come into the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I presume it took quite a while to prepare the presentation, but we unfortunately don't get a lot of time to deal with it. Two questions. Firstly, is it legal to cut a conditional grant? It's my understanding that you cannot cut a conditional grant. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the Western Cape is taking this to court, this technicality. So I would like to have clarity on that. And then we need almost on every department, Office of the Premier, legislator approval that exceeds the 8% threshold, and it goes through all the departments. That is provincial legislature, economic development, education. I'm not going to go through all of them, but anyway, it's a whole booklet of the legislator must give permission. Why? Why must we give permission? We have no clarity why this changes has happened. It hasn't been clarified at all. For what reason? Why must we support it? I would like to know why. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable de Klerk. Any other member? Members? It doesn't look like, is there any other member? But also, I wanted just to add just maybe one or two, is that I think she did, Carol did highlight it on the issue of the surplus, that yes, there will be chances of assisting or adding more into certain department where we have a shortfall. So I think I must just appreciate that. I won't repeat, most of my questions have been answered by the report by Carol, but also the 4 billion overspend by end of financial year will seriously have impact on the service delivery. So that's also my concern. I think if there's no other member, can we then allow, oh, I think I saw, is it Honorable Kika?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, mine is just a question of procedure. I want to know why this entire process was embargoed until now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kika. Can we then allow the MEC and SOD just to come in with clarities of the question that has been asked by members? Our chairperson of STACOF, is there any input that you want to do?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Buso. Can we then allow Honorable MEC and SOD, please, just to come in and clarify some of the issues raised by our honorable members?
Thank you very much, and thank you to the members and their questions. In terms of our financial year-end position, we looked at the October RYMs that have recently come through, and there we're looking at the end of the year, an over-projected expenditure of just over 4 billion rand. This is because, as members would recall, in the mid-year, we were projecting the 9 billion rand overspend. We then asked each department to go back and look at their budgets in order to ensure that they do not underspend. And that's why you'll see quite a substantial number of environments that departments have had to do to be able to deal with the issue of the COE that was unfunded, as well as other spending pressures due to historic budget cuts. So, Honourable Rogers, the amount that we're looking at this point is 4.1 billion. However, those two departments, particularly health and education, we have requested that they look at these numbers and identify how they can bring these numbers down further. We will ensure that there will be no overspending on these different departments, but the risk is high that there will be significant accruals carried through into the next financial year. In terms of the legality of the conditional grant, I will attempt to answer this, and see my colleagues are looking at the PFMA and the legislation. My understanding is that it can be cut. as long as a due process is followed, which was done by National Treasury in terms of the Division of Revenue Act. I think that was also presented to the Finance Portfolio Committee. So the environments, in terms of 8%, yes, unfortunately, the presentation was cut quite short, but there is quite substantial detail in terms of why departments have had to move funds around. As I indicated, we've really faced significant spending pressures as the various government departments. And so any savings that we could realize, we then had to redirect to critical areas such as the COE wage bill and service delivery areas that were really important. And remember also departments did not receive rollovers, so they had accruals from the previous financial year that also needed to be funded. And so departments have really come to the party in this regard, and if we look at the projected year-end position. Unfortunately, there is no further surplus. We have exhausted all the reserves that we have and all the funding that has been collected over the year, and so there will not be any further adjustments. There will certainly be an impact in terms of service delivery, in terms of the targets that were initially set at the beginning of the year, particularly when it comes to the conditional grant cuts. As you can imagine, Human Settlement, for example, would already have started that process. They would have already identified the projects. With the cuts from national government, there would have been engagements with their national counterpart in terms of how they will deal with those projects, but it obviously will result in lower numbers in terms of outputs of what those respective departments were expected to deliver on. And that is why you'll also see amendments to the annual performance plans. I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Come in, Chair, please.
Hey, I'm sorry. Izinto zesingisi bezihluphe. Thank you, SOD. Unless maybe there's any other addition, I believe she has covered most of the question that has been asked.
There was a question by Honorable Kika. There was a question by Honorable Kika which has not been responded to.
Oh, SOD. There was a question by Honorable Kika.
The issue around the procedure, our understanding is this is how the matter has been dealt with in the past. Even with the budget that the MEC tables in typically around March of every year, the documentation is embargoed until that she has actually presented the speech and tabled the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, SOD. I think that's covered the questions by honorable members. Can we then move on, honorable members? If I can call upon Sisi Verna to read us a report. Can I then call upon Sisi Verna, who will read the committee's report, and then she will hand it back to me. Verna?
Thank you,
our
Honorable
legal advisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable members. Are you all able to see the flighted report?
Yeah, I can see.
When please try to increase the screen, like the percent, the view. Maybe put it on 140%.
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm just going to briefly take you through our report. It's a one-page report. We all know that the KZN Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2023 was tabled in the House this morning by the MEC for Finance. We have received a briefing on the bill as the Finance Portfolio Committee after the bill was formally referred to us in terms of the standing rules. I must just raise, Chair, that we would have, while we understand the time frames and the time pressures to adopt the bill, we would have liked to have seen more time between the tabling of the bill and its adoption to allow for more public consultation on the bill and even for this committee themselves to consider and digest the contents of the bill. But be that as it may, we do know that we've had the tabling and the briefing meeting live streamed on the KZN Legislature social media platforms. And in that manner, we've been promoting public access in the bill process. As far as I'm aware, the committee received no comments or submissions from the public on the bill. Chair, I'm going to leave it.
Vena?
Yes?
You got cut.
My apologies. I'm saying that, Chair, I'm going to hand back to you to facilitate the deliberations on the bill and the views of the members of the committee towards the adoption and support of the bill. Let me hand over to you now, Chair.
Thank you to our legal advisor, Vena. Honorable members, here is the bill. For us is to vote into the bill. Vena, are we voting per party or per individual?
Chair, we can first check if it's going to be a unanimous vote. We can look at a mover and seconder. If we find that there are going to be objections, then we do a member by member vote and tally the votes thereafter.
Thank you, Vena. So there is a hand. I can't see whose hand is that.
Honorable Chair, it's Honorable Madlopa, Honorable Rogers, and Honorable Mjali.
Thank you. Can they follow each other as they are, as you've called them? Honorable members, please take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We want to welcome the presentation from the MEC to this meeting, where the officials presented as led by the MEC, as well as the report that has been tabled by our legal advisor. I want to move that we accept the report as presented, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable CQ. I believe Honorable Rogers as well.
Thank you, Chair. I am not in a position to actually support or reject this bill. I don't believe I would be performing my task having just been presented an adjustments budget that clearly indicates the province is in dire straits financially. And I think it would be amiss of me to continue on this process. In the past, quite correctly said by National Treasury, what happens is the bill is tabled by the MEC. It then goes to the Finance Portfolio Committee, not on the same day, and then is discussed at length by the Finance Committee before it comes back to the House for adoption. We're trying to do everything here in 3 hours, including public consultation. This is not the way we should run government. The Democratic Alliance will abstain.
Thank you, Honorable Rogers. Who was the other honorable member?
Honorable Mjali, Chair.
Oh, Honorable Mjali, I'm sorry. You can please take the stage.
Yes, Chair. I'm seconding Honorable Madlopa. The report is very clear, just like the bill, we went through it. So I'm seconding, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mjali, because also just on the addition, I think most of the issues that we have dealt with in this bill most of these issues were we did engage on the midterm budget reviews. So for me, I don't see us having challenges with this, but yes, I think we had the views. And then Werner, what do we do now going forward?
Excuse me, Chair. Honorable de Klerk's hand is up.
Oh, Honorable de Klerk.
Honorable Chiliza as well.
Okay, Honorable de Klerk and then followed by Honorable Chiliza.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard from our legal advisor that she has doubts about the constitutionality of the process we followed. So I've already stated that, in my opinion, National Treasury didn't comply with the PFMA to cut conditional grants. Secondly, the process here is totally unconstitutional. There is no public participation whatsoever. To put it on some platform now just doesn't suffice. It is not clear, the bill. Contrary to what was stated here, it's not clear. Nobody here has read this bill. Be truthful. How can you say that you've read this bill now? Read through all the documents that was given to us. So we cannot support this. This is a flawed process. It's a flawed bill. It is not in the interest of the people of this province. And we must act on their behalf in good faith. So for the IFP, we cannot support it. We have to abstain because these procedures are not acceptable.
Thank you, Honorable de Klerk. Can I then hand over to Honorable Chiliza, then will be followed by Honorable Kaluza.
Thank you, Governor, also Chair.
Ndicabanga sihlalo ukuba bekunguCaluza uChiliza nje uzwe wrong andifuna ukuganiswa mpem.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Enkosi kakhulu sihlalo. Thank you very much. You know, I understand the phase that we are in. But then again, I want to, in supporting the honorable members who have moved for the adoption. This is a joint sitting, if I'm not mistaken, of both the committees. Now, if I remember correctly, I know this is my first term, there is ending. This is how we have dealt with the mid-term adjustment budget. And I don't want us to be alarmist as honorable members, but to be factual, because we have dealt with it like this previously. Even last year, it was done the same way. Even in the previous year, Honorable Rogers, it was done the same way. We would break, it would be tabled, we break for an hour, we come back. If you remember correctly, go back to your own archives. You will realize that we have done it like this. I don't want us to be alarmist, as if we are doing something that is new, that has never been done. And I'm saying, I understand that we are in a very sensitive phase where we can just decide to grandstand and do whatever we want to do. But this is how we have managed how the adjustment budget has been tabled. You can raise an order, it's okay, but let's be factual, honorable members. Let's be factual, honorable members, and refer to how things have been done in the past. And this is me supporting the honorable members who have moved for the adoption. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kaluza. I saw Honorable
Chairperson, it's Imran Kika.
No, there were Honorable Maggie after Kaluza.
Chairperson, there was a point of order raised. Chairperson, there was a point of order raised which you did not deal with.
Oh, okay. If it was a point of order, then can I then hold Honorable Max? Let me start with the point of order. What will be the point of order?
Honorable Rogers raised a point of order. He did say there was a point of order. The members are heckling here, and there was a point of order raised where the Honorable Kaluza impugned on the integrity of the Honorable Rogers. Can you rule on that, please?
Can we then allow our hindsight to deal with that? In the meantime, then we can proceed with our meeting. Can we do that? Thank you.
Chairperson, it's a simple thing. Why do you want Hansard
No.
to rule on it?
Chairperson,
Why do you want the details from Hansard? It's a simple thing.
No, honorable member, please. I think I've just answered you. Can you then allow us to proceed with the meeting while we're busy with the matter that we have raised? Can I then move to Honorable Max? Honorable Governor? Thank you.
Chairperson, just excuse my coughing.
No problem.
I want to agree with the Honorable Kaluza. This has been the process that has been followed over many years in this House. It doesn't necessarily make it correct, but given the constraints of time, the fact that this budget needs a midterm budget estimates have to be approved in order for funds to be released. Given all of that, I'm a bit concerned about what I see as grandstanding on the part of colleagues here, all of whom are aware that this is what is done. So I know we're going into an election year, etc., and we need to, present ourselves in a particular light. But this doesn't serve the people of the province who need funds to come from National Treasury and be injected into the provincial treasury. And that is why, Chairperson, I will support this, because we do need those funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mac. Is there any other honorable member? I saw the hand here.
Summarize the slide.
Summarize the slide.
Oh, okay. Honorable members, it seems to be there are two different views. Where is our legal advisor to take us through this? What is that do we do?
Chair.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, my hand.
It's Honorable Madopa.
Yes, Chair, my hand was up. Although
Honorable Madopa, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Although I'm covered by my colleagues on the process, I think Umguni, Honorable Kaluza and Honorable Max is correct to say that we have been doing this thing since we came here, since I joined finance. But, also the colleague like Honorable de Klerk is indicating that the Treasury is not in line with the PFMA in regard to the cutting of conditional grant, but is not indicating, because even when we vote now, we want to understand which section of the PFMA has not been followed by the Treasury. If he said that the cutting of conditional grant is not in line with the PFMA. Thanks, Chair. If he can just share with us so that we know that it's differing because of that particular clause in the PFMA.
Okay. Thanks, Honorable Madopa. I'm not sure if I heard SOT.
Slalo, remember the issue of time. The HOT hasn't said anything. Now it's in your hands to summarize, Chair.
Thank you.
Just summarize, Chair. No one else but you must summarize now.
Thank you, honorable members. By look of things, it looks like the majority agrees with the bill. I can be corrected. Therefore, it will mean then the bill has been accepted, and then we'll move with it to the House. That will be our summary.
Chairperson.
I think, Chair, the legal advisor, when he was explaining to us, he said when there is consensus, we'll just agree, but when there is difference, we'll vote member by member. Thanks.
Thank you. Is it Honorable Max?
Yes, Chair, that is what I was going to say. That
okay.
I think in terms of the process, let's do it member by member. Thank you.
That's fine. Thanks, honorable members. Here it is. Can we then vote member by member? Can we then start with, unfortunately, SPA, can you then highlight the members there for me and then see maybe where can we start?
Chair, Honorable Mjali.
Yes, can we then proceed in that way?
Yes, I'm voting in support. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. RZP Zulu.
Thank you, Chair. People of KwaZulu-Natal are waiting for this, so I'm voting in support. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable M.A. Zulu.
Chairperson, people of KwaZulu-Natal are interested in service delivery within the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. Honorable Kavenda.
Chair, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Kavenda. Honorable Madopa.
Thank you very much, Chair. I support this.
Thank you, Honorable Zondi.
Chairperson, we abstain.
Thank you, Honorable Zondi. Honorable de Klerk.
Thank you, Chair. We abstain.
Thank you, Honorable Rogers.
Abstain, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Raspansi.
Support, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Raspansi. I also support. Can we then tally the vote?
Honorable Ngubane, Chair, but he's absent. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you. If then all members have voted, can we then tally the vote? My vote to be added also in support.
Honorable Chair, if I can tally the votes to assist you.
Yes.
We have 7 out of 10 voting in favor to support the bill, and we have 3 abstentions. So the majority vote in favor to support the bill.
Thanks a lot, Honorable. Thank you, Avena. Therefore, I think we have now got the support of the bill. I'm sure we were given the numbers. Here we are. Can we then move to the next item then? What is our next item as per?
Honorable Chair, the Finance Portfolio Committee has concluded its business. It's now over to Starkov. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, okay. Can I then hand over to Honorable Mavuso for the Starkov? We are done. Thanks a lot to honorable members of Finance. We are done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Starkov Committee. We're now proceeding with the report, but before we proceed, I know that we correct. Can we then have members speaking to the adjustment appropriation bill, whether they support it before we proceed? I'm giving it to you, members of Starkov, so that it's on record.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Chair.
I don't know whether we are going to vote on one by one, same as finance. Or it's just a general support.
Let's just do a general support unless there is a dissenting view. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I propose that, or I support the report, Chairperson, the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Tsele. Is there any dissenting view? Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mtetwa supports. So can we then continue with the report? I'm aware that all Starkov members have the report with them. I'll give to Mshazi to quickly go through the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. The report is focusing on vote 2, the provincial legislature. The introduction part is the process part of the process that has been undergone. After the presentation in the House, the bill has then been presented to the Committee of Starkov today on the 30th of November. The second paragraph emphasizes the financial constraints that the legislature is undergoing and the effect thereof on the constitutional mandate of the legislature. Part 2 is then reflecting the adjustments as were presented by the MEC in the House and also presented in the meeting in terms of the figures. And the following part, after the part that the MEC presented, reflects the discussions that were held with the provincial legislature, where they indicated how the same adjustments were being allocated per program, program one being an administration and program 2 being parliamentary business. The third part of the report is indicating that there are no violence that are being effected in respect of vote 2. And part 4 is the recommendation that the committee is taking to the House, that the committee is supportive of the adjustments on vote 2 budget being the legislature. That is the report, Chair, which we are presenting for the committee to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Shazi. Honourable members, here's the report for adoption so that we present it to the House. Members. Honourable Kika, we note your hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, having read through the report is indeed a clear indication of what was presented to the committee, and therefore I move for the support of this report.
Thank you, Honourable Kika. Honourable Kika has moved for the adoption of the report, and a seconder. Honourable Cele.
I support, Chairperson.
Honourable Cele is seconding. Thank you very much, honourable members. And now give back to the Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members. Thank you, Honourable Mavuso. I think we have come to the end of our meeting. We have to go back to the House. If I'm not wrong, Spam, I'm sure we are done. Unless we still have to read the reports. Mshazi.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We will be sending the report for the House, the 2 reports to the House Chair. I think, as you have indicated, Chair, this brings the meeting to a close, and it's up to you, Chair, to close the meeting.
Thank you, honourable members, for a fruitful engagement. I think, thank you. Let's move back to the House. I thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Let's resume our seats, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Esontweni kuthiwa amen but lana legislature kuthiwa order, Honorable Dube, when we want your attention. Honorable members, earlier on when we were receiving tablings, I said if there are others who haven't tabled, I will indulge them. I want to check once more, are there any committees that want to table reports? Okay, then, are there, Honorable Mavimbela, I believe that you have two committees that ought to table reports. It's Finance and Staff that ought to be tabling reports, and I have called for tabling. I will hand over to you and your deputy to decide who's doing the tabling on behalf of the two chairpersons.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Mavuso, it's acting Starkov chair and is going to do the tabling. Apologies for that inconvenience.
Honorable NP Mavuso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We are tabling the report on behalf of Starkov. Thank you.
Okay, I believe Finance did table in the morning. They did. No, they did not. They did the financial and non-financial, the other part. Can we give it to the Finance Committee?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's Honorable Tutu. Yes, we will be tabling our report for Finance Committee. Thank you.
Okay. Next time, honorable members, those who are acting chairpersons and those who are chairpersons, when we say table once more, you must table. Honorable members, we are now resuming our sitting as we have taken a break to allow the two committees to process the KwaZulu-Natal Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2023. Now I will start to get to the actual debates. The first one is going to be the tabling of the report by the Chairperson of Finance, the Honorable TV Kulu, a report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Finance for 10 minutes. Papasha?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is the report of Finance Portfolio Committee on the KwaZulu-Natal Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2023. The KwaZulu Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2023 was tabled in the House this morning, the 30th of November 2023, by the MEC for Finance. The bill, together with accompanying schedule and papers, was duly referred in terms of Standing Rule 239 to the Finance Portfolio Committee for consideration and report to the House. In accordance with the Rule 240 of 1A of the Standing Rules, the Provincial Treasurer briefed the Finance Portfolio Committee on the bill on the 30th November 2023 In accordance with Section 118 of 1A of the Constitution, the committee must facilitate public involvement in the legislative process. Due to the stringent timeframes in respect of this bill, the tabling and briefing meeting on the bill was live streamed on the KZN Legislature social media platforms, thereby promoting public access and involvement in the bill. The committee received no written comments or submissions from the public on the bill. Having considered the bill, the accompanying papers and reports, and after due deliberations today, the 30th November 2023, the Finance Portfolio Committee agreed anonymously to support the bill and recommends, Honorable Speaker, that the House votes in support of the bill. Ngiyabonga, Speaker.
We now move to the next report on behalf of the Standing Committee on Oversight, which will be tabled by the Honorable NPF Mavuso on behalf of the chairperson who's acting today.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members of this august House. Honorable Speaker, this report is an oversight report reflecting the views of the Standing Committee on Oversight following the presentation and consideration of the Adjustments Appropriation Bill by the MEC for Treasury and discussion thereof at a special committee meeting held on the 30th of November 2023. The adjustments come at a time when the legislature is under financial constraints which are having an effect of restricting the institution from effectively carrying out its mandate of lawmaking, public involvement and oversight over executive authority. On adjustments to the budget, the committee acknowledges with appreciation additional funding that the bill is making available for the legislature to alleviate some of the spending pressures. The following were noted. The main budget of the legislature is being adjusted by an additional allocation of 60.1 million as follows: 26.2 million, which is a reallocation back to the legislature due to operational underspending from 2022-23 financial year per the FMPPLA requirements, and 3.5 million relating to revenue over collection from the prior year, which is also in terms of FMPPLA provisions, is allocated back to the legislature. 7.4 million related to overspending on the members' remuneration as a consequence of unanticipated exit packages paid in prior years, as well as 3% increase in salaries of MPLs backdated to the 1st of April 2022. These amounts form the direct change on provincial revenue. 15 million is an allocation towards civic voter education activities leading up to 2024 general elections, and 8 million towards the purchase of the new ERP system. In terms of the reported anticipated adjustments by the legislature when engaging with the committee during engagements on mid-year performance, the adjustments were to be allocated per program as follows. On Program 1, administration was allocated 28.4 million for the following: 5 million towards main chamber and admin building structure repairs, 2 million towards upgrade and repairs of old air conditioners and electrical works, 10.2 million towards ERP system upgrade and Microsoft annual subscription, 7.7 million towards 2022-23 commitments on travel-related expenses, audit fees, and IT, 3.5 million to address spending pressures under Secretary and Social Responsibility Office. On Program 2, Honourable Speaker, parliamentary business was allocated 24.3 million for 15 million towards civic voter education, 2.8 towards last year's commitments, mainly travel-related expenses, and 8.5 million to partially offset overspending under committee budget. Members' remuneration and an amount of 5.4 was allocated to fund the back pay and carry through effect of 2022-23 increase of 3%. On environments, Honorable Speaker, there are no environments that are being effected between the programs. And then the recommendations, Honorable Speaker, the committee notes the issues raised and is supportive of the adjustments on vote 2, the legislature budget. I thank you.
Honorable Kaula, that's my father's name. I will now call upon the first member for 9 minutes on behalf of the ANC, Honorable Mpumelelo Amonzulu, the Deputy Chair of Committees. I'm glad you are properly dressed.
Somlomo, ngiyakuzwa Somlomo. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Leader of the LOGP, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature present. Ngicabanga ukuthi uze mangiqale kahle le debate yami komele silishumele leli vangeli lokuthi abantu basePalestine bayakudinga ukukhululeka. Bayakudinga ukuthi endaweni yabo babe free. Siyaqonda ke ukuthi abanye bethu babona ukubulawa kwabantu basePalestine kufanele kwenzeke sokuzonke. Kubulawa ingane zabo, kubulawa yonke into yabo. Siyabonga kodwa ke asiqhubeke ke Somlomo ne debate yami yanamhlanje. Honorable Speaker, when President Nelson Mandela took over the throne as the first president of the Republic of South Africa, he committed a number of things that was the most imperative for our country. The first one, it was the clean water for our people. It was the houses, and also committed that the entire country must be electrified. We were so successful in dealing with those commitments. But over and above, more strict policies were also strategic that will enable for the country to proceed with those service deliveries. People were seen for the first time owning their decent houses, and they were able to light their houses and giving light for themselves. They were given protection that no state of emergency will ever apply that will allow the apartheid regime to kill our innocent people on the streets. Siyaqonda ukuthi kwakuno-Adrian Flock owayevalasha isimo state of emergency athi ngo-6 o'clock abahamba abantu ukuze laba abamhlophe bababula abantu bakithi abamnyama. African National Congress has initiated laws within the country that will assist in strengthening the good governance of the country, thus introducing the PFMA and Audit General and also law enforcement to ensure that the service delivery is protected. By introducing these laws, that was a strategic move to ensure that service delivery is not compromised at all times. But we are aware that some institutions are not perfect when we talk of good governance. But the ANC government is doing by all its means to ensure that service delivery is reached to our people. Auditor General is one of the pillars of strength that guides and advises our departments to ensure that there is good governance. We know very well some wanted to manipulate this state organ to suit their contaminated foreign influence. The South African government is corrupt. And they think that South Africa can be a failure at one day. African National Congress is very sober in its focus, commitment of bettering the lives of our people. The lies and propaganda cannot be destroyed one day. Thus, These people, same people, are neglecting the private sector, like the bank's manipulation of the rand. We will not rest until we expose that manipulation, that corruption, that colluding with certain parties, because certain parties were benefiting with this manipulation. These lies perpetrated by the West and its useless petty parties, we are aware of them. Leader of the LGP, international tour in one of the countries, biggest countries. In one of the offices whereby they manipulate or they ensure that civil society within the African state, they unseat all those countries. And we will not rest. We know that these parties are also funded by this very same civil society, same country, to ensure that they unseat the ANC.
Honorable Zulu, Honorable Ngumalo and Honorable Kika, rein in your members. You may continue, Honorable Zulu.
Honorable Speaker, let me welcome and accept the amendments made by the Provincial Treasurer when dealing with the adjusted budget allocation for the KZN. Treasury Regulation 6.63 requires provinces that there must be table of provincial adjustment estimate in the provincial legislature within 30 days of the national budget being tabled today. And also Section 31 of the PFMA stipulates the circumstances under which the province may table an adjusted budget. And we were impressed with the determination of the provincial cash resources available for allocation in the adjustment budget. The provincial treasurer has done it well with equitable share for all departments. The performance circumstances were also considered with dignity of various votes. There were adjustment estimates that were seriously considered when treasury was dealing with the adjustment. The first one with the changes made to the provincial budgets, the allocation being made from provincial cash resources, suspension of funds between the votes, virements and shifting of funds. 589,472 million was also allocated to fund conditional grants rollovers, which were also approved by Treasury. 97 million was allocated to education with the issue of electricity in eThekwini schools. 1,837 was also allocated to human settlement to respond to the disasters of April last year. 130 million was also allocated to Vote 12, which is transport, so as to ease the pressures of learner transport. And also 47,888 million for social development, also to ease the pressure that arises from fiscal consolidation budget cuts, which was made and making it difficult for the department to adapt at the aggravated unfunded 2023 wage agreements. 470 million was also allocated to public works in payments or responding to the property rates. Honorable Somlomo, mukhona umsebenzi umgcini mafa asewenzile ukuqoqa noma ukuchibiyela isabelo mali sesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Sikubongela kakhulu ke indlela ekwabiwe ngayo imali and futhi iyabheka futhi nenkuzunga ekhona engqondweni zabantu eyazi ukuthi uma kwenziwa environment kuRob Peter uzokhokhela uPaul. Siyaqonda ukuthi abanye ama policies akwa finance abawaqondi ukuthi environment ingxenye yepolicy ekhona uhulumeni uma ulungisa uhlahlo mali. Ukhongolose ke usanomthwalo omkhulu ke wokufundisa aluleke laba bantu abanogovernor babo abangaphandle abacabanga ukuthi ukhongolose uyophuma emandleni. Kodwa ke asiqinisekise ke kubahlali basesifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal ukuthi izwe liphethwe kahle, isifundazwe siphethwe kahle, kakhulu bekhona abakhunkula bahamba ebusuku behamba bebuka bekhonkotha zonke izindaba engesiyo namaqiniso. Ngakho ke Somlomo siyayemukela isichibiyelo sesabelo mali salonyaka. Siyabonga.
The next member for 6 minutes is the Honorable L.J. de Klerk on behalf of the IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Zulu, amazing debate for somebody that received the documents a few minutes ago. It is my pleasure to represent the IFP in this important debate. An appropriation bill is known as a supply bill or a spending bill and is a proposed law that authorises expenditure of government funds. It's a crucial bit of legislation that sets monies aside for specific spending. An example of the importance of this type of legislation is that in the United Kingdom, if an appropriation or adjusted appropriation bill is not passed by Parliament, it will cause the government to collapse and the calling of a general election. Considering the importance of this legislation, it is very unfortunate how we, as a legislator, deal with this matter. The bill is embargoed, but it seems certain people saw it before we did, and only become available on tabling today. Thereafter, there will be a 60-minute break, followed by debates, what we're busy with, and the bill, then we must vote on the bill. There is absolutely no public participation and understanding of this act at all. Nobody here has read the act at all. We all know that the government has run out of money. The ANC debated in this legislature that it's not their fault, but that it is a downturn in world economics. However, how would they explain the fact that according to the African Development Bank, the 2023 GDP growth rate for South Africa is 0.9%, and for the Africa as a whole is 4.9%. Our cuts directly affect conditional grants. It is debatable if it is lawful to cut conditional grants, and I suspect that this will be challenged in court. It is shocking that the infrastructure grants for health and education have been cut, and that district health program grant, HIV grant, has been cut. These grants and many, many other grants have a profound impact on the citizens of our province, and they've been cut. I'm not even dealing with the fact that there is severe variance between departments to try and balance the books. We received a whole booklet of environments above the 8% threshold. So I'm not even dealing with all of that. It's an embarrassment. These environments are clear indication of poor planning, poor budgeting, and poor governance. It's a sad day for KwaZulu-Natal. We have been brought to our knees, begging for the scraps. No wonder we as members of the legislature only see the bill today, because it's clearly a manner of procedure to hide the true financial situation of this province, and that we have run out of money. Once again, if this bill was placed for a vote before the populace of this province, it will be utterly rejected, because there is not enough money for what was needed. There is no question that there is a shortage of money. Nobody can deny that. The people of this province must now just accept it and keep their mouths shut. That is what's being shouted from this side, members. You've heard that. The people must shut up. We know better. We haven't read this bill, but we will support this bill. This bill is not in the interest of the people. They need more money than this. It is wrong. And it is not the world's economy. It's our economy, 0.9%. Africa, 4.9%. Our own peers is totally outdoing us. Why is this? And there can only be one reason, and that is the poor policies and governance of the ANC. So I will do the following. When we're in control next year, you will see how we will change everything. Exactly. We will. You'll see. You will see. Yes, all the polls show that. You guys must be scared.
You know, Honorable de Klerk, I want to protect you, but once you start engaging with
No.
So, okay, continue.
We will not vote in favor. We will abstain because this is not a good bill. Thank you.
The next member for 6 minutes on behalf of the EFF is Honorable N.N. Ngubane. Is Honorable Ngubane on the platform? Secretary? Honorable N.N. Ngubane? N.N. Ngubane? Honorable members, there is a matter that we think we must refer to the Whips Forum, the one of the party that always gives us names of speakers that are not in the House. Because I believe that whips have a responsibility on the list of their speakers that they submit to us. We can't be always shouting members that are not even in attendance and submitted to us by their parties. And it's a matter that we must, after this House, we will officially refer it to the Whips Forum. The next member is Honorable C.M. Shinga of the NFP for 2 minutes. Honorable Shinga has said she will connect. Is she connected now?
Honorable Speaker, honorable members. The NFP notes that the bulk of the appropriated funds were allocated towards transfers and subsidies, and supporting current payments lead to the effects of the 2023 social wage increment. The National Treasury forecast the bulk of expenditure to provide additional support to basic education, health, social protection, and community development. The NFP is concerned that there are still votes that have the potential to put forward extra funding. This is attributable to a combination of issues, including a failure to fill vacant position and failure to maintain aging infrastructure. Rolling over expenditure to the next fiscal year is not a viable option. It will cause department to collapse and the provincial government to crumble. The NFP is pleased to note that the funding system for disasters was being followed through into the 2023 appropriation bill within the capital budget for the Department of Human Settlements. There was an allocation for DHS to take over the responsibilities of provinces to deliver emergency housing. The adjustment budget also provided more funds for the municipal disaster recovery grant. The NFP appreciates the provision of conditional grant funding to the province. However, we are worried that it will not be utilized in compliance with the rules and regulations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member for 2 minutes is the Honorable Esther Rajbanze on behalf of the MF.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable MAC, I only heard the word cuts across the whole budget. Indeed, that's not a good story to tell. But Honourable MAC, given the need to spur our economy, is it not a travesty that some departments underspend or have relinquished conditional grants back to National Treasury? The MF has cited concerns during budget debates on bloated COE structures, yet critical vacancies exist. It is time for each department to review their organograms and make the HR structures fit their current functions. Such reviews are essential for efficiency and good governance. Violence itself tells a story of weak planning for service delivery. The fact that multinational corporations are downsizing due to unsustainable economic environment means that KZN will soon earn an unfavorable investment destination reputation. Honourable members, this is a real concern. The MF urges that we need to revert to older ways of working, where we have more regular and longer meetings of the portfolio committees for us to gain control of our economy, since the portfolio committees are the engine room of Parliament. Currently, a lot of the planning and decision-making is centred in the Cabinet, and this is not proving a healthy process. Given the situation and the fact that the Honourable MEC for Finance has said that there won't be any further budget adjustments or cuts, it is only hoped that this situation actually takes us through to the end of the financial year without us seeing problems in the big departments like health and education, where we are having a lot of problems. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. The charter, yes, we are now going to call upon the Honourable RPZ Zulu for 9 minutes on behalf of the ANC.
Angibonge Somlomo, ngibingelele kuwe. Sibingelele kuwona wonke amalunga esishayamthetho. Sibingelele Leader of Government Business. Siyabingelela kubantu bakwaZulu-Natal. Honourable Speaker, njengokhongolose, we are calling on all South Africans to raise awareness of the negative impact that violence and abuse have on women and children, and to rid society of abuse permanently. GBV has been described by the President as a pandemic, and like a disease, it continues to cripple our society, depriving women and children of their right to be safe and continue with their daily lives without fear of being murdered or raped, if not both. It is a human rights violation which can lead to psychological trauma on its victims. Honourable Speaker, PFMA clearly dictates that when Minister of Finance tables the National Adjustment Estimate, Treasury Regulation 6.63 requires that provinces must table provincial adjustment estimates within 30 days. Minister tabled on the 1st of November 2023. And Honourable MEC Nkonyane has tabled today, the 30th of November. I wish to draw the attention of the House on the issues of compliance. It's one of the strengths of this House. We strive to comply with the legislation. Our commitment as the African National Congress on issues of compliance is based on the social contract we have with the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga Mahubela for leading us as per the book. Ngisho nangesikhathi ezinzima zokuntenga komnotho emhlabeni jikelele, abantu baseNingizimu Afrika ikakhulukazi abakwaZulu-Natal, kubona we cannot become the armchair critics. We were not mandated to do that by the people of KZN. Hence, we have a social contract with the people of the province. Honourable members, there's an allocation of 5.89 million to fund the conditional grant rollovers, which were approved by the National Treasury. 38.9 has to be returned to National Revenue Fund as National Treasury did not approve the rollover of some conditional grant funds, either because of the funds were not committed or the funds were being requested for the rollover for the second time. 30 million was allocated to Vote 1, Office of the Premier, for the legal fees for His Majesty the King. 60.1 was allocated to Vote 2 for the Provincial Legislature. Unspent operational funds retained from the prior year were allocated back in line with the Financial Management for Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act. The revenue over collection from the prior year of 3.5 million was allocated back. Funds were allocated towards the statutory allocation for MPL's remuneration. This relates to the increases that were received by the MPLs in the current year, and it's backdated to the 1st of April 2022, as well as exit packages where MPLs have exited. This amount relates to overspending against the direct charge in 2021-2022, which amounts to 941,000. In 2022-2023, 1.1 million and 5.76 in 2023-2024 financial year, as per the September IYM. Of this, only the latter is included in the adjustment estimate, while the balance will be transferred to the legislature's bank account to cover the overspending of direct charge from the 2 prior years. Funds in the amount of 15 million were allocated towards the voter education activities in the lead up to 2024 general elections. An amount of 8 million was allocated toward purchasing a new enterprise resource planning system to replace the current SAP system. 97 million was allocated to Vote 5, which is a vote for education for electricity costs in eThekwini. 1.8 was allocated to Vote 8 for human settlement, as the department underspent against the donor funding received in prior year towards the April 22 flood disaster response. These donor funds were not fully spent in 2022 and 2023 financial year and are therefore rolled over for spending in 2023-2024 financial year. 2.4 million was allocated to Vote 11, UCOGS. These funds were received from the African Union in 2022 and 2023 towards the April 2022 flood disaster response. These funds were allocated to Vote 1, Office of the Premier, in 2022, but were not spent by year end. A decision was taken to roll over these unspent funds and to allocate them to Vote 11 to roll out water provision services to the April 2022 flood disasters. In 130 million was allocated to Vote 12, transport toward budget pressures in providing learner transport services. This allocation is not for expansion of services, but to cover current costs which are under pressure because the baseline for this service requires correcting as well as impacts of fuel price increases. 47.8 million was allocated to Vote 13 for social development towards budget pressures arising from various fiscal consolidation budget cuts, which the department has found difficult to fully adapt or to aggravate by the unfunded 2023 wage agreement. 470 was allocated to Vote 14, the public works, towards budget pressures in the payment of property rates. This allocation takes into account that the baseline for property payments requires correcting, as well as the fact that there was an escalation in municipal property rates as a result of the implementation of the new general valuation rules by some municipalities. Again, in Vote 8, human settlements, 7.56 was allocated to this department revenue. The department collected in the current year from sale units of units at Ridgeview Gardens, as well as recalling unspent fund that had previously been transferred to various municipalities. The projects were complete, but there were minor unspent balances. These funds were allocated to Program 1, Administration Against Goods and Services, to cater for spending pressures against operating leases for office building due to an escalation in lease rates agreed upon between the department and DOPW, as well as carry-through impacts of the 2022 MTF budget cuts. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, honorable members, it remains our collective political responsibility to ensure that the money allocated achieves its intended effects. And we can assure you that under the ANC-led government in KZN, strengthening governance is our priority. I thank you.
The ATM, ACDP are not in the House. Now we will then call upon for the Honorable F.A. Rogers for 8 minutes on behalf of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the outset, let me say that if anybody in this House believes we're in a good space financially, then they really need to take a hard look at the financials and the position of our province. We're in a position that we've never found ourselves in. But I think we need to ask ourselves why we found ourselves in this position. And I want to agree with Honourable Raj Banzi that I think one of the changes we need to bring about, and the AG alluded to it in his report, is that there needs to be far better oversight on committees when it comes to finance, and that in fact the legislature implement a tracking system to monitor exactly how those committees perform. I don't believe that Treasury alone should be applying fiscal discipline. I think it's up to us as members of this House. Madam Speaker, let me firstly talk about the process that was followed today in the adjustments budget. Now, this adjustments budget has more environments than a traffic officer without a robot. It doesn't work. Now, it cannot be tabled and an hour later be debated. And then we think because we flat it on social media, that people can write, make comments, and contribute. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And I certainly, and my party certainly, will not support this bill, and we will also abstain. There's some serious information contained in here, and I trust that the executive have in fact gone through this and in fact understand the implications. So let me tell you the simple implications in my understanding, and I've raised this before. During the midterm budgets, we projected to spend over 9 billion rand over expenditure. Treasury, National Treasury, then said they would fund us 3.7 billion rand for the unfunded compensation of employees. Now, I noticed that the MEC also spoke about this 3.7 billion rand from National Treasury. That's actually not right. It's not 3.7 billion rand, because what National Treasury did is they cut our conditional grants to fund a portion of the 3.7 billion rand. If my memory serves me correct, National Treasury are only giving us just over 2 billion. So it's not right to say we were bailed out by 3.7 billion. And I cannot blame the government of the Western Cape taking government to court for 1 billion rand. Because let me tell you something, at least the DA cares about service delivery. At least the DA cares about actually paying its salaries. Unlike what we hear today. So here's the real figures. And if this doesn't sober you up, then perhaps you need to see the Honorable Mahlaba sometime. So 9 billion rand is our projected shortfall. 3.7 billion is coming back. Then National Treasury have taken cash resources of 1.5 billion, and it leaves us with a deficit of 4 billion rand. Honourable members, you must actually listen to these figures. If they don't make sense, go and have a cup of tea, those of you that are making a noise. So you've got 4 billion rand projected deficit at the end of the year. But we want to make a noise and say, we're grandstanding, what, and the ANC is the glorious movement that's going to sort all this out. The reality is, you've sorted nothing out. The reality is,
Don't round the speaker.
if you look at what the MEC said, Eskom and power generation is killing this country. Who's responsible for that? You are. The ANC, you are responsible for it, nobody else. You've appointed a minister of electricity. What's he done? He's moved us to stage 6. He's done nothing. Your SG, Mbalula, said by December there'll be no load shedding. Umahanga nje, he's lying. There will be load shedding in December. You wait and see. This is part of your problem. So, let me carry on. The MEC refers to the economic and the global crisis. Maybe she's got a point.
Rogers, honorable members, don't round the speaker, please. Continue, Honorable Rogers.
Ziyakhala.
Don't sing on the podium.
Madam Speaker, here's some of the realities. The government, this is national government, has cost South Africa 22 billion rand in financial losses during President Ramaphosa's term, now in its 4th year. This is due to wasteful expenditure, irregularities, as well as suspected fraud. The amount includes 7.62 billion rand in wasteful expenditure over 5 years, as well as 14.3 billion in financial losses due to 240 cases, non-compliance, suspected fraud, and irregularities. These aren't my words. These are the words from the AG. That's money that's disappeared that could have come back to the province. She goes on to say that more than 386 billion rand of government's guarantees are exposed to state-owned entities. And I've spoken about Eskom, so I won't go there. Madam Speaker, let me respond to some of the issues that were raised by the Honourable MEC. And you know what? The Springboks were great and they were good for our country. But here's the difference between the Springboks and the ANC. The Springboks have a game plan. The Springboks are disciplined. The Springboks are focused, and that is why they win. You never see the ball, the rugby ball, being stolen off the field. It remains on the field for the entire game. And that's the difference between the Springboks and the ANC. Madam Speaker, the MEC also goes on to quote an African proverb that says the wind does not break a tree that bends. But the tree then wasn't stolen. It's now stolen. We don't have a tree for the wind to bend. We're talking about, and the MEC spoke about, being in a cash positive situation. That may be the case now, but it will not be the case at the end of this financial year. Not if we still have to cut our budgets by what they've been cut. So, Madam Speaker, if we're not serious about finance and we're not serious about controlling the use of our money, stop all of these fancy parties, eat, meet and greet, then we will never change it. Lastly, 228 million rand is cut from entities. The MEC tells us it won't affect service delivery. Well, if it doesn't affect service delivery, why did you give the entities 228 million in the first place?
Thank you. The next member for 8 minutes is the Honorable Bafana Kunene on behalf of the IFP. Order. Honorable Mayor, I said order.
Honorable Kunene.
The Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, and Honorable members of this House. It is my honor to represent the Inkatha Freedom Party in this debate. On Tuesday this week, all honorable members of Staff Corps received an email titled Processing of the 2023 KZN Adjustments Appropriation Bill, close quote. It said, among other things, unfortunately, the bill is embargoed until the MEC for Finance tables it in the House and therefore may not be distributed beforehand. The question that arises from this statement is how are honorable members of Staff Corps expected to prepare for a debate when they are not being given information beforehand on the basis of which they must prepare their debate? I thought it is important to raise this matter so that it is attended to in the 7th Parliament, for I regard it as a bit unfair. We are concerned about the process that was followed. It calls for a serious review of how this important matter of finances of our provinces are debated going forward. The ideal situation is for the Honorable MEC to present the adjustment budget or table the adjustment budget, allow time for its consideration and public consultation, and thereafter come back to debate it as the legislature. That is the ideal process which we think can best serve the people of this province and can best serve the interests of the members of this House so that they are able to effectively represent the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Having said so, the IFP welcomes the allocation of 60 million rand to the legislature by the adjustment appropriations bills, and also supports the allocations as contained in the report of Starkov as tabled by Honorable Mavuso. Thank you.
The next member for 10 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable T.S. Mjali.
Honorable Speaker, the Premier and the entire executive, members of the House, the Chairperson of the African National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal, please receive my greetings. I have decided to dedicate my speech to the late Dumisani Makhaya, so allow me as well to greet the family of Dumisani Makhaya as one of the outstanding leaders that ever led the African National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal. Speaker, the IMF World Economic Outlook report in April reflected as early as then that, and I quote, advanced economies are expected to slow down from 2.6% in 2022 to 1.5% in 2023 and 1.4% in 2024 as policy tightening starts to bite, close quote. This is a clear indication that across the globe, these are difficult times that obviously the likes of the DA will not be able to grasp because it's a very complex matter and only organization like the ANC that has an understanding of complex matters and the solutions. Furthermore, Honorable Duma, the Foresight Africa 2023 report stated that, and I quote again, managing the crisis will demand a great deal from African policymakers. It will require political will and a determination, as well as a sound, well-informed judgment, close quote. You ought to comprehend this thing, understanding the challenges that we are facing globally as well as in Africa. You then can't just imagine anyone who seeks to suggest that the challenges that we are currently facing are man-made when everyone else in the world is facing the same challenges. Honorable Speaker, there are few take-homes that we ought to commend, which comes from this adjustment bill. Despite the difficult time that we are currently facing, the Ministry of Finance under the ANC-led government has been able to add 4 billion to the provincial budget. As a province, we have managed to commit almost all our conditional grants, hence the approval of the rollovers. Some want to come here, Honorable Speaker. They are telling us that the process of violence is not correct, whereas it's provided for within the rules. So we're not doing something that is outside the rules. But probably it becomes important that you comprehend the rule and with understanding. So that as you debate and you argue, you speak from an informed position, not just emotions that comes now and again, and you can stand. Now, Honorable Speaker, you know, I felt today I will not quote any other leader except that I will go straight to the book of Exodus 14, which says, and I dare people to listen as I speak, and I quote, "The Egyptians marched after them, so they were very afraid, and the children of Israel cried out to the Lord. Then they said to Moses, because there were no graves in Egypt, have you taken us away to die in the wilderness?" And Moses said to the people, "Do not be afraid. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you shall see again no more forever. The Lord will fight for you, and you shall hold your peace." Close quote. Now, let me proceed. Obviously, in South Africa, Honorable Speaker, you could only relate this journey with the African National Congress. The journey from where we started to fight for the liberation of our people. This is not different from the journey that has been taken by the ANC with the people. Some along the way felt that maybe apartheid was better. They say such every time when the going gets tough and when we face more challenges. Our people feel defeated when hunger, poverty, and inequalities attack them. They feel as if they will die in the wilderness. To the people, this is the response of the African National Congress. We say to them, do not be afraid, stand still, and see the salvation of the African National Congress as we each day do our utmost best to change the lives of our people. For the challenges that you are facing today, poverty, unemployment, and inequalities, the ANC shall continue to fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. This we will do so as the service to the people. Because to us as the African National Congress, we have always been the agent of change. Our revolution has always been about change and changing the lives of our people for the better. This has been the highest service that some died for, and many were prepared to die for it. We remain committed to the service. We remain the only organization that has a contract with the people to deliver a better life for all. We say this without being ashamed because of the work that has been done by the African National Congress. In fact, in this house, no one can contest or dare challenge me when I say no one is equal to the service delivery that has been done by the ANC since it came into power. Our people have better roads today. Our people have access to clean water today. Our people have free houses that they are staying in today. Learners are eating at school and they have learner transport. They transport them from and to school. Our people today, they get the grants without fail. there are more graduates because they've been getting access to education through the NSFAS funding, which is the policy of the African National Congress. Therefore, we will not hesitate to question or ask that the ANC government is at work and it continues to ensure that it provides these services. Because to us, it has never been about grandstanding to our people. To us, it has been the service to the people. To us, it has been a journey with the people. To us, it has been a reflection because we're a product of poverty. Therefore, we fight against poverty. For ourselves, we are a product of poverty. To us, it has been about a black man that has been victimized. To us, it has been about a black child that has suffered because of a white man. To us, it has been transforming the systems that continue to suppress economically our people until this day. To us, it has been about the land, for we knew why our struggle and why did we struggle from the first place. To us, it's about the service to our people. We dare say we're ANC at work, we're government at work, because to us is the service to our people. To us, we continue because it has always been about change, changing the lives of our people. To us, it has always been about the contract with the people because we represent the people. We have a contract with the people. We want to change the lives of our people. It remains that and nothing else, nothing more. Let me conclude by celebrating the distinguished leader of the African National Congress, the late Tumsani Makhaya. As we wrap up the 30 years of democracy, we must dedicate it to the departed leader of our struggle, Tumsani Makhaya. We are the generation of leaders that commits to take forward the vision of Keda Tumsani Makhaya. To his family, we remain indebted to you for giving us such a great leader of our movement. As we'll always laugh and say, and I quote, falsehoods and personages of me, in close quote, to you, Tumsani Makhaya, where you're sleeping, remember that we continue with the fight, we continue to represent our people, we continue to strive in changing the lives of our people, because to us, it is about the service to the people. I salute.
Honorable members, we have now come to the end of the debate. And it is for this reason. Kodwa-ke, malunga ahloniphekile, angijwayele ukuthi umuntu adidiswe ngabantu be-caucus yakhe. Ngiqala kwi-caucus ye-DA ne-caucus ye-ANC ukuthi kube nabantu ababanga umsindo kuyokhuluma umuntu we-caucus yakhe. Angikujwayele ukukubona. Honorable members, the MEC will respond to the debate for 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me start off by expressing my gratitude and appreciation to all members who participated in this debate. As I was listening to Honorable Mjali participating in this debate, articulating on the achievements that the African National Congress has made, I was reminded of the fact that actually prior to 1994, there was no Moses Mabhida Stadium. Prior to 1994, there was no Dube Trade Port. Prior to 1994, there was no King Shaka International Airport. Prior to 1994, there was no Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone. The African National Congress-led government has actually built a number of clinics, hospitals, beautiful schools, state-of-the-art schools in this very province of KwaZulu-Natal. So whoever says the ANC-led government has done absolutely nothing for its people should go and visit a psychiatric hospital. Honorable members, let me start off by appreciating the report of the Finance Committee. Thank you very much for supporting the bill. That is highly appreciated. For Honorable Mavuso, who was standing in for the chairperson, I must indicate that, yeah, your speaker is very capable of putting pressure on the executive. She will call meetings and indicate that there is a piece of legislation called FAMPLA, and remind us that actually, according to FAMPLA, the legislature should be top slicing. And then we'll engage and engage. She will always raise issues that are meant to improve the performance of this provincial legislature as a very important institution that is conducting oversight over the performance of the Executive Council and also legislating on behalf of our people. But of course, the legislative arm of government is also expected to strengthen democracy. That is actually exactly what this provincial legislature is envisaging to achieve and is achieving. Hence, when allocating budget to the legislature, we know for a fact that it is going to be utilized as expected, and will continue supporting this very important arm of government. With regards to Honorable Rajbansi, indeed, I wish to indicate to you, Honorable Rajbansi, that KwaZulu-Natal has been ranked as #1 in terms of conditional grant spending in the entire country. We did indicate that we're sitting at 98% of the total budget that was allocated towards the conditional grants. So no one should actually criticize what was reflected upon with regards to that amount of 38.804 million rands, because, of course, it was allocated for the purposes of early childhood development. And it must be noted that that allocation came from the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, which is a stimulus fund from 2021-2022. And it was not spent due to the lack of proper and credible documentation, which was expected to have been distributed to the Provincial Department of Education by the National Department of Social Development, so that the Department of Education could effect payments. And in this regard, a rollover of 38.804 million rands was approved by the National Treasury from 2021-2022 in respect of the ECD grant, which related to the PYEI, Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, in order to support the ECD-related workers across the country impacted upon by the COVID-19 lockdown to supplement their income. And then this rollover was not requested in advance to be rolled over for the second time as per Treasury Regulation 6.4.3, and therefore will have to be surrendered back to the National Treasury. And the related commitments were incurred by the Department of Social Development, but of course the rollover was allocated to DOE because the ECD function was shifted to DOE. You know, so that all that movement actually delayed the transfer of funds to the Department of Education. So there are reasons why that rollover had to happen. With regards to Honorable Rogers, of course, you have made your calculations, Honorable Rogers, but please bear in mind that what has really caused a lot of challenges for us is the issue of the wage bill that we are trying to manage right now. Only 2 departments have been allocated some percentage when it comes to the wage bill. I think 78% for both departments. That is Department of Education and Department of Health. So we are trying to manage the fiscus, Honorable Rogers. We cannot just say that because the National Treasury has not actually made the full allocation, then we must just sit in our laurels and do nothing about that. Hence, we are saying the accounting officers should ensure that we try by all means to break even as much as that will become difficult for them. But we cannot continuously become challenged for over spending as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We don't want that. So we are trying to avoid over expenditure. Ukhumbuleke Mfoka Rogers ukuthi njengoba uthi ziyakhala nje thina sibona zikhala kuwena. Zikhala kuwena ngoba nakho phela ozakwenu abakuboni bona bavele babona upapasi. Ziyakhala ke lapho kuwena. Indeed, I must indicate that the Auditor General reported the positive audit outcomes of the departments here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, there are recommendations that the Auditor General has actually made, and the Executive Council is busy dealing with all those recommendations. We are also trying by all means to deal with issues pertaining to irregular expenditure. Even the National Treasury now is trying to review this terminology of irregular expenditure because other people would equate irregular expenditure to corruption. But the truth of the matter is that it's all about accountability in terms of allocation. If you move without following proper process, move funds without following proper processes, or even if you lose documentation and you cannot account for the funds that have been utilized, then when the Auditor General or any other oversight body comes in to conduct an oversight and you cannot account, then that becomes an irregularity. So it doesn't really mean that corrupt activities have happened. So people have been raising this matter because when reports are presented, people would think that indeed there has been corrupt activities happening. To the IFP, Mtimangde, thank you very much for supporting the bill, and your comments around the procedures that are followed by the Provincial Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal are acknowledged, and we are hopeful that the legislature itself will deal with the issues that we have raised through your debate. But thank you very much for supporting us. To Honorable de Klerk, oh, you are always very negative, my dear. And always very angry. Yes, uthi ngidabukela unkosikazi wakho nje. Uthiwa kanaye? Sorry bandla, kuyabonakala. Okay, okay.
Honorable Konyeni, let's continue with the debate, not the private life.
Okay, ngiyaxolisa kakhulu somlomo. Ama-environments, Honorable de Klerk, were made in order for us to manage the fiscus of the province. So they have happened through engagements. We do not just impose ourselves as the provincial treasury on departments. We engage the accounting officers. We also engage the members of the Provincial Executive Council. And if our proposals make sense, then we adopt an approach that will assist all of us. We need to work together, Honorable de Klerk, and all honorable members who have been very negative here. We really need to work together. In this country, there are business people who have decided to illicitly shift their profits to other countries, thereby disadvantaging the national revenue or the national fiscus, and also impacting on our own provincial revenue. We must talk to those people. They must invest in this country. They must pay taxes in this country so that we may therefore improve on our financial resources in this country. They are your friends, most of them. We are bas declare do something. Best uyafika kuzokhala la. Siyabonga kakhulu kuMantshinga. Mantshinga uyibekile induku ebandla ngendlela yokuthi wenze ontaba kayikhonjwa bakhumbula ukuthi kahle kahle kuningi osekwenzekile okwakungekho ngalesa sikhathi. Ngakho ke bahlonishwa, siyayibongela kakhulu ngokuparticipate kule debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members. I will now request the table to ring the bells. Ring the bells. Ring the bells. Ring the bells so that all the members can come back inside. We are going to ring the bells, honorable members, so that we can go to the voting. Okay. I don't know. I see Ms. Ndaba has left. We will wait for 3 minutes after the ringing of the bell. Anybody who would be outside when we proceed would not enter. Anybody who tries to get in through the virtual platform will not be allowed into the meeting because the bells were rung. Nanto ke essence yale insimbi eyokuthi uyohlala waiting room 3 minutes. Honorable members, thank you. We have come to the end of the debate, and we now will proceed with the voting on the Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2023. In terms of the Standing Rule 2412, after the debate has been concluded, the question must be put on the program within a vote, or where a vote comprises more than one program, on all the programs within that vote combined, and thereafter on the vote itself, the schedule or schedules, and the Adjustment Appropriation Bill itself in that order. Divisions, recording of opposition and declarations of vote. Members are reminded that in terms of Rule 2962E of the Standing Rules, the rules pertaining to divisions do not apply to virtual sittings. There will therefore not be any divisions. There will be allowance for recording of opposition on any program on vote. There will also be allowance for a declaration of vote at the end of the debate. The Office of the Speaker has not received any request for a recording of opposition in terms of Rule 921 from any party. But as there is no deadline for this request, parties are still free to do so. In accordance with past practice, all recordings of opposition will be dealt with immediately after the question has been put on the particular programs within the vote in which a party wishes to record its opposition. Declarations of vote. The Office of the Speaker has also not received any request from any party for a declaration of vote, that is to address the House for 3 minutes. After the question on the entire bill has been put, there is no deadline for submission of such a request. As is customary, I will, after the bill has been voted on, permit all parties who wish to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 912, if they wish to do so, starting with the IFP, then the DA, EFF, NFP, MF, ACDP, ATM, and the ANC in that order. Honorable members, I will now go vote by vote and program by program without reading out any figures. Thank you. Once the House has voted on each program, I will put the vote as a whole to the vote. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. We will start with vote 1, the Office of the Premier. Those in support of programs 1, 2, and 3. IFP?
IFP supports.
DA?
Madam Speaker, the DA abstains.
EFF?
Honourable Speaker, the EFF supports.
NFP? NFP?
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the NFP supports.
MF?
Honourable Speaker, MF supports.
ACDP is not in the House, and so is ATM. We will now go to the ANC.
Honourable Speaker, the ANC supports.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote or to abstain? Secretary, if there is none, can I please ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Votes in favour, 58. Votes against, 10. Thank you.
Against, 10. I did not get any against.
Madam Speaker, votes, abstentions, 10. There's none against. It's votes in favour, 58. Abstentions, 10. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable members.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Is the online members also considered? Are the online members also considered?
Madam Speaker, the member that is online will take it to 11. We apologize. Thank you.
Is what?
Abstentions 11.
I did not hear that.
The member that is online, so it takes it to 11. It's abstentions 11. Thank you.
Angazi nidleni namhlanje bafowethu. It is recorded then. Okay, honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. Votes in favor 58, votes against nil, abstentions 11. The ayes have it. It is recorded that the programs are supported. Members, for the sake of expediency for the remainder of the programs and votes, I will simply ask if there is any party that wishes to vote against or to record its opposition to the particular program vote. I trust that this is okay with all parties. Now I am asking those in support of vote 1 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the vote as a whole? If there is, okay. Honorable Kika, you wanted to say something?
Madam Speaker, we abstain on the vote.
Okay. Please do confirm that there is no one that has been disconnected, but if it is so, the numbers still remain. It is recorded that the vote is supported by 58 in favor and 11 abstention. The ayes have it. We are now going to vote to the provincial legislature. Those in support of program 1 and 2. Is there any party that wants to vote differently as to the manner they voted in the vote 1? You want to be different?
We don't want to vote differently, but record our abstention.
I know. I said you're voting differently to what you did to vote 1. Good vote 1, you utewena ausngeni. So I am still recording it in that fashion. Is there any? So if there is none, it will be recorded then that one party has abstained, whilst the rest of the parties have voted in favor. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? It is recorded that the programs are supported. Votes in favor 58 and votes against nil and abstentions 11. We're now going to seek the support for vote 2 as a whole. Is there any party that has had a change of mind? Any member that wants to vote differently from their party? Any member that wants to vote differently from their party? It is recorded that the vote 2 is supported. Votes in favor is 58, abstentions is 11. We're now going to vote 3, agriculture and rural development. Those in support of programs 1, 2, and 3. Is there any party that wishes to change the manner they voted in vote 1 and 2? Is there any? There is none. It will be recorded that the DA abstained. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Seeing that there is none, I am just trusting that, Secretary, you are still keeping your eye on the platform so that if there is a member that has been dropped, we are able to reflect correctly. It is now recorded that votes in favor of program 1, 2, and 3 of vote 3 are 58, against nil, and abstentions 11. The ayes have it. Now we are coming to vote 3 as a whole. Is there any party that wants to change the voting? Any party? Seeing that there is none, is there a member that wishes to vote different to their party or to abstain? Is there any member? Honorable members, seeing that there is none, we still record that votes in favor is 58, against nil, and abstentions 11. The ayes have it, and it is recorded that the vote is supported. We now move to vote for economic development, tourism, and environmental affairs. We have program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is there any party that wishes to vote differently to how they have been voting? If there is none, we will go to members. Is there a member that wishes to record an individual vote or vote differently from their party or to abstain? Seeing that there is none, it will be recorded that votes in favor 58, votes against nil, and abstentions 11. And the ayes have it. It is recorded that the programs for vote 4 were supported. We are now going to seek support for vote 4 as a whole. Is there any party that wants to vote differently or record its opposition to the vote as a whole? Seeing that there is none, is there any member that wishes to vote differently from their party? It is recorded once more that the votes in favor is 58, nil against, and 11 abstentions. And the ayes have it. It is recorded, therefore, that vote 4 is supported. We go to vote 5, education. Those in support of vote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is there any party that wishes to vote differently or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that there is only the abstention of the DA as before. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? I therefore declare the results as votes in favor 58, against nil, and abstentions 11. The ayes have it, and the programs for vote 5 are supported. Now we are going to the support for vote 5 as a whole. Is there any party that wants to change? Vote differently? Or record opposition? Any member that wants to vote, record an individual vote that's different from their party vote? Honorable members, I therefore declare that the votes in favor remain 58, against nil, and abstentions 11. The ayes have it, and it is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 6, provincial treasury. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there a party that wants to record opposition or? Okay. Is there any honorable member that wishes to record an individual vote that's different from their party or to abstain? Okay. Seeing that there is none, the votes in favor remains 58 and against nil and abstentions 11. It is recorded that the programs for vote 6 are supported. Then we move on to Vote 6 as a whole. Parties, any party that changes votes? Rogers, any party that changes votes? Okay. Honorable members, is there any member that wants to change the vote? Record an individual vote. It is therefore recorded that votes in favor is 58, against nil, and abstentions are 11, and vote 6 is supported. Now we go to vote 7, health. Those support for vote program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Honorable members, parties, IFP, DA, EFF, NFP, MF, ANC. Any of you changing the vote? Any member who wants to record an individual vote? No? Secretary, the numbers are still the same? Okay. Seeing that there is none, the votes in favor 58, against 0, and abstentions 11. And the programs are supported. Now we're going to vote 7 as a whole. Is there any party that wants to change? Any member that wishes to record an individual vote? Then the results will be 58 in favor, 0 against, and 11 abstentions. And the ayes have it, and it is recorded that vote 7 is supported. Vote 8, human settlements, those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Parties, IFP, DA, EFF, NFP, MF, ANC. Is there any member who wishes to record an individual vote? Then it will be recorded as that the programs are supported by 58, against nil, and abstentions 11. And therefore the programs of vote 8 are supported. Going to vote 8 as a whole. Is there any party that wants to change? Any member who wishes to record an individual vote? A member who wishes to record an individual vote? Oh, okay. In favor 58, against 11, abstentions 11. It is recorded that vote 8 is supported. Vote 9, community safety and liaison. Those in support of programs 1 and 2. IFP, DA, EFF, NFP, MF, ANC. Okay. Is there any member that wishes to record an individual vote? It is recorded that the programs are supported by 58 in favor, nil against, and 11 abstentions. Then we're now going to vote 9 as a whole. IFP, DA, EFF, NFP, MF, and ANC. Okay, is there any member that wants to record an individual vote? Honorable members, it is recorded that votes in favor is 58, against nil, and abstentions 11, and vote 9 is supported. Vote 10, sports, arts, and culture. We'll start with programs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is there any party? IFP, DA, EFF, MF, NFP, ANC? Okay. Still sticking to the votes that they had. Any member who wishes to record an individual vote? Honorable members, votes in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4 for vote 10 is 58, against nil, and abstentions 11. It is therefore recorded that the programs are supported. Now we're going to vote 10 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to record its opposition to the vote as a whole or vote against? If there is none, then we will check members. Members, is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote? It will be recorded that 58 members voted in favor, none against, and 11 abstained. But the ayes have it, vote 10 is supported. Going to vote 11, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Support for programs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Want to vote against or record its opposition? Is there any party that wants to vote against or record opposition? There is none. Is there any member who wants to do an individual vote? Honorable members, it is still recorded that 58 vote in favor, none against, and 11 have abstained. But the program 1, 2, 3, and 4 for vote 11 were supported, and now we're coming to vote 11 as a whole. Any party to record its opposition or vote against vote 11? Any party? Any member wishes to record an individual vote? Honorable members, still 58 members in favor, nil against, and 11 abstentions, and it is recorded that vote 11 is supported. We are now going to vote 12. Any party to vote against? Vote 12, programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Any party that votes against or records its opposition to the programs? Okay. Is there any member that wants to record an individual vote? Honorable members, the vote remains 58 in favor of program 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for vote 12, and 0 against and 11 abstentions. It is recorded that the programs are supported. Now we're going to vote 12 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition? Is there any party? Seeing that there is none, is there any member who wishes to record an individual vote that is different from the party vote? Honorable members, votes in favor remain 58, against nil, and abstentions are 11. It is therefore recorded that vote 12 is supported. We're now going to vote 13, social development. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there any party that wants to vote against or record its opposition? Is there any member who wishes to record an individual vote? Is there any member? Secretary, the numbers are still the same. It is recorded that 58 in favor, against nil, and 11 abstentions, and it is recorded program 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for vote 13 are supported. Now we're going to vote 13 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to change? Any party? Honorable members, there is no party that wishes to change. Is there a member that wishes to record an individual vote that is different? Is there any party? Honorable members, votes in favor 58, against nil, and abstentions 11. It is recorded that vote 13 is supported. Now we're going to vote 14, public works. Those in support of program 1, 2, and 3. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the 3 programs of vote 14? Seeing that there is none, we will go to members. Is there any member that wishes to record an individual vote that is different from the vote of their party? Seeing that there is none, it will be recorded that there is still one party that has abstained, and the votes in favor will be 58, nil against, and 11 abstentions. And program 1, 2, and 3 of vote 14 are supported. We're now going to vote 14 as a whole. Is there any? Yakhuluma, Honorable Mayor? Oh, okay. Is there any party in support, wishing to vote against or record its opposition to vote 14 as a whole? Any party? Now, we will be checking a member that wishes to record an individual vote that is different to the party vote. The votes in favor remains 58, against nil, and abstentions 11. Vote 14 is recorded as supported. That concludes voting on all the programs and votes. Now we're going to voting on the schedule and on the bill itself. Honorable members, those in support of the schedule to the KZN Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2023 and of the bill itself, I will start with the IFP. I'll be neighborly.
Honorable Speaker, the IFP abstain.
DA?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kindly record the DA's abstention. Thank you.
EFF?
Honourable Speaker, the EFF supports.
NFP?
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the NFP supports.
MF?
Honourable Speaker, the MF supports.
ACDP is not in the House. ATM not in the House. ANC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The ANC supports. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip. The ANC supported. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Any individual member? Secretary, may I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Votes in favor, 46. Votes against, no. Abstentions, 23. Thank you.
Honorable members, I formally declare the result of the vote as follows. In favor, 46, against, nil, abstention, 23. Am I correct, Secretary? It is recorded then that the Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2023 as a whole is supported. That concludes voting on the bill. Madam Secretary, may you read the bill into the record?
KwaZulu-Natal Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2023.
I still see no party that is standing, so it indicates that there is no party that is recording, that is requesting an opportunity to state reasons for their vote in terms of Rule 912. Rogers Bakatele. Now, honorable members, we will go to the next. Honorable members, we'll go to the next item. The next item is the party leaders to render their festive season best wishes. I will start with ACDP. ACDP is not in the house. ATM is not in the house. We'll start with the minority front.
Thank you, Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Rajpansi, you start her time afresh, table staff. Every party member, party leader has got 3 minutes. Thank you. You can go on, Honorable Rajpansi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Christmas marks the birth anniversary of Jesus Christ and is celebrated with great fervor in South Africa. He was a great saint, the cleanser of sins of the people, being their redeemer. Our Constitution gives a right to every citizen to practice their religion. Therefore, in our modern democracy, South Africans celebrate major festivals of diverse groups. Being God-conscious is important. And this Christmas, as we engage in meeting friends, family, and communities, let us remember the opportunities God gives us to show goodwill as we take care of the less fortunate and people affected by the passing on of loved ones or job losses or sickness. Honorable Speaker, this Honorable House used to have a prayer breakfast in the past, and we must revive these, Honorable Premier and Speaker, hosting the celebration of major festivals in your offices and in this Honorable House. Time must be made to offer prayers, as we need prayer, given the calamities we face. Yet another year is drawing to a close. Let us, as legislators, ensure that our province is safe for holidaymakers and locals. Honorable Premier, the Cabinet has to ensure that they are on standby for emergencies. We require our roads and streets policed and medical emergency services visible. Most essential is basic human rights service delivery of water and lights. Let no family have a miserable or bleak Christmas. Therefore, government officials must be extra responsive during the Christmas and New Year period. May all have a blessed Christmas and a peaceful New Year until we meet again. Thank you.
The NFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, people of KwaZulu-Natal, happy holidays to all of you, honorable members, staff and families, and also to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, wishing you all the best in the coming year. Hoping the holidays are as heartfelt and joyous as you deserve, no matter where this holiday season finds you. Here is hoping you are surrounded with peace, joy, love, and good fortune. Don't forget, 2024 will be opening a new political era for change through general elections. Hope we'll use this period to reflect and prepare for new prosperity or change to our people's lives. Somlomo asingakhohlwa abahlwempu nabanganakwenza kula maholidi, sibakhumbule sibaphe uthando nomusa. Akukona ukudla kuphela okwenza umehluko empilweni yomuntu, kodwa uthando nenhlonipho nozwelo nomusa kuyisipho sangunaphakade. Singakhohlwa ukuhlelela ingomuso, sigade uphuzo linamandla nezifo. We need to also remember those who passed on during festive season and their beloved families. Sihlale emthandazweni wokulwa nophuzo linamandla nezifo nezingozi nobubha nobugebengu nokuhlukumezeka. Wishing you all the best. May God protect and bless you all. Thank you.
The EFF. EFF. Honorable members of the EFF, you know that you do get paid for coming here, get accommodated and claim S&T, but yet you come and don't participate. We want you to think about that. The DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, let me take this opportunity. Oh, yarasa makongolosa ke futhi namhlanje. Injalo siyakhala. Oh, Tito, I said George Koch. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, let me take this opportunity to wish every single member and their family a blessed holiday. That includes my friends on the opposite side of the House, my comrades. We often sit here and debate and argue, which is what democracy is all about. But I think when it comes to the festive season, I think we're all part of mankind. We're all human. And I think we also, during this time, need to think of those and support those who are less fortunate than what we are. So it's a time of giving and a time of sharing with our family and friends. Also, those that are traveling, please drive safely and ensure that you get to your destination. And then allow us to all come back, return revitalized and fresh for the new year, having done some introspection of what we've achieved this year and what we want to achieve next year. And for those members who like a bit of a tipple, I suggest that you keep it in moderation and don't drink and drive. But you can still smoke cigarettes, which is wonderful. Thank you.
Honorable members, we have the next party, the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, we have come to the end of an eventful, successful, and also very challenging year. This is an extraordinary year to us, as the IFP, without His Excellency, called on all men to stop GBV and called upon all people to stand together to eradicate the scourge. The IFP believes that most still need to be done to ensure that all workplaces are free from discrimination, exploitation, violence, and sexual harassment and bullying. Society's attitude must change to stop GBV. In the same spirit of solidarity, I wish to single out those people who will continue to provide essential services when others are at home, such as medical staff, firefighters, police, etc. Their sense of service to federal and their sacrifices for a better KZN is laudable and deserves our gratitude. I would like us to reflect on the big message behind festive season. If you take a look at what has happened with our economy, which has been riddled by the high rate of employment, corruption, crime, and load shedding, you can surely be with me. We are facing all these economic hurdles because of a lack of political will. Things will change only if there is a change of government. In addition, we also congratulate all our matriculants who have worked hard to reach their goals. We wish you well as you are about to take your first step out into the world. The IFP wish to remind members of the public on safety measures during this year's festive period, as there is a high rate of crime, overloading, speeding, and reckless driving must be avoided. Those who will be attending church services, they must ensure that they hire a roadworthy vehicle. As the IFP, we have been calling for traffic police to work 24/7, but our calls continue to fall on deaf ears. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The last speaker is the leader of the ANC.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker and honorable members. I rise with a high level of appreciation on behalf of the governing party, the ANC. In fact, I'm sure from time to time we must reflect that out of 12.5 million population, these 80 members are the carrying hope of our communities. I'm sure it's a privilege for all of us that we are here leading this community. We wish all the blessing that we are just going to be stronger in this festive and we are just going to contribute positive to our communities. We are wrapping up what has been the most complex year. As the majority party, we pause to salute honorable members for their valuable contribution towards the deepening of our freedom and democracy. The oversight role you played excellently from the beginning of the year until today, Honorable Speaker, was not only the fulfillment of your responsibilities as elected public rep, but you also practically advanced the aspiration of the people of this province. Honorable members, we should therefore view this day as a tribute to all you as members of this House. Future generations will look back at 2023 and marvel your ability to engage robustly on issues of service delivery. Future generations will check history books and celebrate your ability to pay attention to detail as you played an oversight role over the executive. Future generations will learn about taking legislature to the people sitting in which you demonstrated to communities that under the ANC we had an activist legislature that afforded and accorded other people a chance to contribute. They will salute you for the respect you accorded to the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, despite the fact that you represented different political parties. Indeed, the building of a strong, efficient, accountable, and responsible state is a responsibility we dare not delegate to future generations. This is the task that our history has entrusted us with. As we wrap up the year, I wish to personally salute you, honorable members, 80 of you, as an advanced detachment who must be duty-bound in excellently executing the task. Equally as the majority party, we wish to express our appreciation to all categories of staff in the public service for their dedication to serve the public of KwaZulu-Natal and the staff sasel-shamthetho ngomsebenzi wokusebenza usuku nosuku singakhathali. Without the public servants, dedication would not have been able to meet the aspirations of our people. As demonstrated by State SA in the quarterly survey part, KZN is the leading province in terms of job creation and the restoration of the dignity of the most vulnerable and marginalized socially and economically. Honorable members, as we traverse throughout the corners of this province, we met with ordinary members of society. As the governing party, we remain grateful for the enriching experiences that the people of KwaZulu-Natal and leaders of society shared with us year to year. We have no doubt that we'll come back in 2024 stronger and even better. We must come back and do everything possible to serve which is non-racial, non-sexist, just and progressive society.
Tombe. Okay. Hlalisa phansi usihlalo.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. The presiding officers, we must thank the party leaders from both sides of the House. We really appreciate the collegiality that exists in the House members. It is because of the leadership of the party leaders, all of you. Thank you so much to all caucuses in the House. We, from our own side, also to the table staff,
Sengonibona ngonyaka wokuphuma kwenu.
Awuthule Mntomude. Awubuyi wena. Wena sizathiwa ukukhe lisini yekhaya. Yabo. Iyelele ma sekuzokhale basuka. Iyelele ma. Yabo. Iyelele ma sekuzokhale basuka. Iyelele ma. Asesephelele thina abafana bonke. Sekuzokhale basuka. Iyelele ma. Asesifikile thina abafana bonke.
Nizongitukulela ukuthi niyaphuma.